Y'all can't hear me if I'm not added to the stage. Oh my good morning. How's it going? Oh my gosh. Okay. So, I know this is not my norm, right? You can hear me? Okay, good. Hey, Eliza. Hey, Maria. How are y'all? Hey, Bewitched. What's up, girl? Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah. Of course, they're going to upload now. Anyways, y'all, this was the best picture right here. I was like, oh my goodness. That's just that weird, um, uh, I don't know, just symbolism galore. I know she has handcuffs on, but that's not our problem. It's not our problem. Anyways, all right, let me take this down. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. I'm glad you're here. I know that, this is not normally my time, but hey, now or never. Good morning. How's it going? What do y'all do this time of day normally? Oh, thank you, Autistic Margot. Oh, I appreciate that. Lori with her nose in the air. What do we see? Bookers. Right. Anyways, so, okay, this morning, Jason was like, because he's my Facebooker. Okay. He does Facebook. And he started reading some posts from Justin Lum. And I was like, huh, that sounds interesting, And so it was about the, I already forgot what hold on, let me get my crap together. It was Rule 609, which is Justin Lum. Let me grab that for you real quick. Let me go fetch it. Is it this one? I think so. And so hopefully y'all can see it. So, and this was 12 hours ago, which I feel late, but it's Rule 609, and it says, and I was reading the documents, and I was like, oh my God. So Prosecutor Treena Kay says if Lori Vallow Daybell testifies in next murder conspiracy trial, the state will bring up all of LVD's convictions, including the triple murder in Idaho and the latest conviction regarding Charles Vallow in cross-examination. And I was like, okay. And so Treena Kay says, quote, if defendant intends to exercise her right to testify in support of her case, it would be unfair and misleading to the jury to allow defendant to appear as a pristine and innocent witness who lacks any previous criminal background, unquote. I was like, boom. Okay. Like this, I'm so glad. Like that just right there, all in of itself is just like, she's not cutting her any slack. It's like the thing with Lori is that she has gotten so, no, I say she's gotten. Let me retract that. Okay. Lori has never acted like any of this even phases her. It doesn't affect her in this life. Remember that? It doesn't affect her eternity. She's going to regret saying that. I do believe that might be one of those. Yeah. Anyway, so it bothers me. Okay, I don't know why, but it freaking bothers me. Nothing phases her, and a lot of that is because of all of the legal freaking hurdles that are having to be jumped and met to ensure that this defendant who doesn't give zero look. Let me show you again. It's a perfect picture for this. She gives zero F's. Okay, that's just my interpretation. Oh no, my Wi-Fi. I haven't seen that in a long time. My little Wi-Fi symbol. Let me know if it gets bad, and I'll punish it. But I mean, for real, she gives zero. You know what's, in my opinion, she's shown that. So I don't know. I just feel like her. Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. Save. All right. So this looks so small. All right. So let's go to this. All right. And so this was filed on 4/27/2025 and in the Superior Court of the state of Arizona and for the county of Maricopa. And so it's going to be this case number CR 20220012420001. And it's so the 22 we know is for Brandon. And it's state of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. And it's the state's amended request for Rule 609 hearing. The state of Arizona hereby requests that the court determine that the state can impeach defendant with her prior convictions. Ooh, if defendant chooses to testify. Since the probative value of admitting this evidence outweighs its prejudicial effect, as explained in the attached memorandum of points and authorities. Okay. I'm just like, okay, so I guess they're just kind of laying it out. You know, I'm not a legal professional, as you well know. So, I mean, I'm just here trying to figure it out too. Memorandum of points and authorities. And it says introduction, Rule 609A of the Arizona Rules of Evidence provides as follows. A, in general, the following rules apply to attacking a witness's character for truthfulness by evidence of a criminal conviction. And number one here, it says for a crime that in the convicting jurisdiction was punishable by death or by imprisonment for more than 1 year, the evidence A must be admitted subject to Rule 403 in a civil case or in a criminal case in which a witness is not a defendant, and B must be admitted in a criminal case in which the witness is a defendant. If the probative value of the evidence outweighs its prejudicial effect to that defendant, and number two, for any crime regardless of the punishment, the evidence must be admitted if the court can readily determine establishing the elements of the crime required proving, or the witnesses admitting, or a dishonest act or false statement. So it says, for purposes of impeachment, the state intends to elicit on cross-examination and, if necessary, through public record. Why does that just make me think about the interview on the eve of trial? Because this was, I'll have to wait till I can go back and look at it. No, I'll come back. This was, okay, because there's one down here. No, this was the first one. We're going to go back up here. I'm just making, hold on. I'm just making sure, because there's two different posts. Kind of far. All right. So this is the one I was thinking of just now. Important to note, this was filed on 4/11, 10 days before Lori was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Charles Vallow. April 23rd, 4/11. All right. I'm just trying to figure out the date, the time frame here. So sorry, y'all. It's springtime and my throat is not having it. Let me mute for a second. And unmute. Okay. All right. So on July, okay, let me do this again. For purposes of impeachment, the state intends to elicit on cross-examination and, if necessary, through public record, the defendant's prior felony convictions. On July 11, 2019, defendant committed the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, a class 1 dangerous felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on April 22nd, 2025. Such conviction arising in the Maricopa County Superior Court, state of Arizona, in cause number, I'm not reading all that. Okay. And then this is where they read out all their charges, her charges. Between October 26, 2018 and January 15, 2020, defendant committed the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on July 31st, 2023. Such conviction arising in the District Court of the 7th Judicial District, State of Idaho, in cause number Between September 8th, 2019 and September 9th, 2019, defendant committed the crime of count 2, first-degree murder, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on July 31st, 2023. Such conviction arising in the District Court of the 7th Judicial District, State of Idaho, Between October 26, 2018 and January 15, 2020, defendant committed the crime of count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on July 31. I'm going to kind of skip all the other stuff. Okay, between September 22nd, 2019 and September 23rd, 2019, defendant committed the crime of count 4, first-degree murder, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on July 31, 2023. Between October 1st, 2018 and January 15, 2020, defendant committed the crime of count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime on July 31st, 2023. Between October 1, 2019 and January 22nd, 2020, defendant committed the crime of count 7, grand theft, a felony, and defendant was convicted for that crime. Yes, you guessed it, July 31st, 2023. The state requests this court to determine that the probative value of the defendant's prior convictions outweighs any prejudicial effect. Then it says, we go down to number 2, impeachment by prior felony conviction is probative of credibility. Arizona courts hold that impeachment evidence of prior felony convictions is not only proper and constitutional, but does not unreasonably impinge on a defendant's right to testify. And it cites these cases. Quote, this court has repeatedly held that it is proper to impeach the credibility of a defendant who testifies at his trial, and that the use of a prior conviction to impeach his credibility does not impose an unreasonable burden on his constitutional right to testify, unquote. A defendant, by taking the stand, subjects herself to the normal means of impeachment, including cross-examination, concerning any prior felony convictions. And it cites a case. All prior felony convictions are probative. My God. Are probative on the question of credibility. Oh, it's questionable. And then those cases are cited. And it says all felonies have some probative value in determining a witness's credibility upon the theory that a major crime entails such an injury to and disregard of the rights of other persons that it can reasonably be expected the witness will be untruthful if it is to his advantage. The perpetrator of a major criminal act has demonstrated such a lack of scruples as to show a willingness to give false testimony. Every day. That one there. All of them, in my opinion. Probative value outweighs any prejudice in this case. In weighing probative value versus prejudice, a variety of factors, including the impeachment value, impeachment value of the prior conviction, the length of time since the conviction, its similarity to the present charge. Oh, they're about the same. The importance of the defendant's testimony and the centrality of the credibility issue must be considered. Case cited. The probative value has been repeatedly held to outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice. In State versus Harding, there were no witnesses to the crime, so the credibility of Harding was a vital consideration. And then there is cited, the Arizona Supreme Court upheld the trial court's determination that the probative value of Harding's prior conviction outweighed the prejudicial effect, reasoning as follows. So here's the reasoning. If appellant had testified, it would have been important for the jury, right? Well, I heard that from the juror number 15, when considering appellant's credibility, to possess information about appellant's history of conviction so as not to be improperly led to believe that appellant had a pristine past or that his actions reflecting negatively on his credibility were mere isolated incidents. Well, in Lori's case, she thinks that she's just set up. Hers is just in a bad spot. And nobody likes her. She's like Eeyore, you know? She's playing Eeyore right now. And yeah, she sucks. Hey, good morning. Charles loved puns. He was so punny. Oh, yeah. Lover of puns. Oh, yeah. He was a corny dude. Witty, corny, you know. It runs in the family, though. So, anyways, I know I'm a nerd. All right. Okay. So, in this case, did I read this part already? I'm going to read this part. I don't think I read this at all. Let me go back this way. Yeah, no. Okay. Where the direct conflict of testimony between the undercover agent and the defendant is of such paramount importance, the jury should have before it all information which might reflect on the truthfulness of the defendant. State versus Dixon. I might have read this. We're going to just read it again, okay? In this case, the credibility of the defendant, if she chooses to testify, is of paramount importance. The jury should have all the information, including defendant's prior felony convictions, which should have included death row, which reflect on defendant's credibility. All right, conclusion. It is requested that this court determine whether the probative value of the defendant's prior conviction evidence outweighs the possibility of prejudice. In the present case, the admissibility of the prior conviction is well supported by the authorities cited above. It is established that in adjudging a witness's credibility, the trier of fact should have the benefit of knowing the witness's criminal background. The facts of the present case indicate that credibility of the defendant is likely to be a paramount issue. I wonder what that means, the paramount issue thing. Thus, if defendant intends to exercise her right to testify in support of her case, it would be unfair and misleading to the jury to allow defendant to appear as a pristine and innocent, I can't even say it, to appear as a pristine and innocent witness who lacks any, okay, there we go. Gosh, work with me. Who lacks any previous criminal background. In such circumstances, defendant's prior convictions are very probative of credibility. For the foregoing reasons, the state requests that this court allow the state to use the prior felony convictions as impeachment evidence should the defendant testify at trial. Why? She's testifying in social media, she's getting her fix. I swear it bothers me. The more and more I think about it, it's like if she had not had 3 interviews already and been able to, just speak and blah, 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 just all the things, then, she's been like, that would be like 6 years long of silence by her choosing, of course. But to me, it seems like if she didn't have these outlets to relieve the pressure, so to speak, or to get her fill or whatever, then it would like pressure her, in my opinion. If she wanted to talk, she would have to do it in a court of law. And so maybe I'm wrong in that. I didn't find that answer anywhere. I came up with that all by myself. So to me, it's just, I don't know. That's the only problem I have with it, is it allows Lori to evade being, responsible or accountable in a court of law on the record, not in a freaking interview where she can sidestep every 2 seconds. And, she does. So, did I finish that? Okay. For the foregoing, I might have already read it. Did I? Let me know if I read that already. Melanie must have been smart enough not to text or email Alex and Lori about the shooting plot on Brandon. She either talked to them face to face or over the phone. Or, oh, that's another thing. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Hold that thought, Squeaky Will. Hold that thought. Let me I don't know if I read that or not. Let me make sure. I'll just read it again. For the foregoing reasons, the state requests that the court allow the state to use the prior felony convictions as impeachment evidence should the defendant testify at trial. This ruling that the probative value of using the prior conviction for impeachment outweighs the danger of unfair prejudice should be a specific on the record finding. State versus Poland, and is dated April 27, 2025. So I know that they're requesting for a hearing. State requests a hearing for 609. So we should be hearing about that pretty soon, unless they're going to do it May 15th, I think, is the next hearing for that. I mean, the next hearing for pretrial stuff. Okay, so please correct me if I'm saying anything really crazy or off. I don't want to mislead anybody. Okay, so where did Jason? Okay, hold on. Let me think to myself. Now, Jason showed me something.
Live reports from the courthouse and Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum streaming live.
Okay, let me look on my phone because he sent it to me there. But there's like 40 pages from the Gilbert police report that have been released or something, or I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I hate speaking off the cuff like that. Here we go. Here it is. So this is on 50 Shades of Guilty. And this was posted by Dawn Seep 5 hours ago. And it says, Brandon Boudreaux attempted homicide investigation docs. Okay, unless this is something that they're just gathering all of these that we already have. That might be what that is. But just information and gathering, evidence gathering. Okay, let me just look. Y'all, and I do have the 74-page. Remember whenever we heard that Melanie Palowski was getting some kind of, I don't even remember. It was so long ago. It was for computer tampering. I have those documents as well. The 74-page. It just goes on and on about. And I mean, I think it would, I don't know. I'd have to look at it to see if it would be relevant to this case at all. Is Melanie even going to come up? You know, she's not a freaking co-conspirator, and I don't know how. We don't know how. Digital fingerprints, footprint. They're just like printing it up. You know. Knowing someone is guilty and proving it in trial aren't the same. Mel may be different to convict. I think so too. I think you're right. As far as I'm concerned, she is guilty, but I mean, that's just me and my own heart. But yeah, I know it's totally different. Okay. I don't know if y'all want to, oh no, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to go back to right here. Boudreaux case looking. And so this was April 23rd. All right. And so today's April 30th. Today's my brother's birthday. Not Todd, my other half brother. All right. So Boudreaux case looking ahead to Lori Daybell's second trial. Treena Kay filed. I don't know if this is supposed to be that NOI or if it's like notice. I don't know. To use LVD's other acts to establish conspiracy, premeditation, which is a Rule 404B, which we know about that. State will argue that Brandon Boudreaux was believed to be a dark and a zombie, mentioning Alex Cox and Chad Daybell per memo. Important to note, this was filed on 4/11, 10 days before Lori was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder in death of Charles Vallow. I'm sure maybe some of y'all have seen these before, but we're just going to go over them. So this was 4/11/2025. Superior Court in the state of Arizona against defendant Lori Vallow Daybell. And it's the state's notice of intent to use defendant's other acts to establish conspiracy, premeditation, and or to establish motive pursuant to Rule 404B, Arizona Rules of Evidence. The state of Arizona hereby provides notice that the state intends to use defendant's other acts as evidence of the conspiracy and or to establish premeditation and or to establish motive pursuant to Rule 404B of the Arizona Rules of Evidence. The state believes that this testimony and evidence is admissible to establish the conspiracy and premeditation, but is filing this motion as it would also be admissible to establish motive. Okay, pursuant to 404B2. This motion is supported by the following memorandum of points and authorities, and this was submitted April 11, 2025. Memorandum of points and authorities. The defendant is charged with the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, a Class 1 dangerous offense that occurred on October 2nd, 2019. The state will use cell phone records, iCloud accounts, and witness testimony to establish that the defendant believed that the victim was dark and or a zombie, that the defendant conspired with Alex Cox and Chad Daybell to kill the victim, and that this murder was premeditated. Oh God, I was thinking last night, I was like, it very well could have been another freaking murder trial. Like it was, anyways. I read that. Y'all have the worst short. I'm like Dory on freaking, I can't remember the name of the damn fish movie. I'm trying to think of it now. All right. So the evidence that the defendant, Chad Daybell and Alex Cox believe that, oh my gosh, the evidence that the defendant, Chad Daybell and Alex Cox believe the victim was dark and or a zombie will be used to prove the conspiracy, but is also relevant. Will be used to prove the conspiracy, but is also relevant to establish the motive pursuant to Rule 404B2. Guess what I'll be doing? I'll be digging into this. Submitted 4/11/2025. And then I'm just going to check in with you guys. Yeah. Girl, who can forget except for Duncan and Treena. I was like, what the hell? Don't just graze over that shit. Hold on. I'm going to point it out. Hold on. Just hold on. Hold, please. Okay. I like how you said that, KJ. Remember that? Yeah. Okay. I don't want to hear her questions. Yeah, here. I'm going to pull it up in the transcript and then I'm going to show you or share with you. There is a woodpecker right there. I hope at least. Okay. Control F. And that would be, getting in. Oh, yeah. I don't like that word. Let's try Nephi. It'll be around there. Mm-hmm. Hold on. Well, here, you can look with me at least. Where? Okay. I never know where I'm at. Okay, let's see. Right here. That's Nephi. And then let me just try GAD. Oh, Gadgeon. What is this? A Gadgeon? All right. So here is this in context. And it just, I mean, I guess she doesn't have to show this right now, a Gadian robber, because that's what they referred to Brandon as. You know, he's just one of the Gadians. My mom too, if you think about it. Okay, so let me just push play. And I mean, again, this is in Charles's case. I don't know how this is going to work and all that stuff. So
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change? Maybe the name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. She then go on to say, I love you. This is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down. What is this?
Gadianton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
that should be on the top of your damn head. I mean, that's where I'm at. Does it need to be on the top of his head? Is this like does this happen in courtrooms? Y'all know I'm not a trial person except for Lori's and Chad's. So, I mean, was there, like theatrics behind it? Were they acting? Did they act like they didn't know what Gadiantons are? Because Detective Hart knew what Gadiantons are. And yeah, oh God, yeah. And her words sealed the deal, as they should. She's all in the ceiling, Well, hey, everybody coming in. Hey, good morning. Lover of puns. Is the same Judge Bareski. He's a damn saint. A real one to put up with her. So anyways, I don't know. Y'all know I don't know. So let me go back here. And I also pulled up a report, and I mean, what it did was I put all the information in from the post that Brandon made, and then it also does research too. Let me finish reading the documents. Yeah. And then I'll come and read the plan, I guess, the no plan. All right. So this says that this was 4/11/2025. I hope I'm not going to read the same thing. Let me make sure. Because 1, 2. That is so wild just to see that like that. I mean, when you see it on paper, it's like official and it's so grotesque and vile. I'm going to read this again. Memorandum of Points and Authorities. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, a Class 1 dangerous offense that occurred on October 2nd, 2019. The state will use cell phone records, iCloud accounts, and witness testimony to establish that the defendant believed that the victim was dark and or a zombie. That the defendant conspired with Alex Cox and Chad Daybell to kill the victim, and that this murder was premeditated. They have the evidence for that if they're saying that. If she is saying that, I believe that means she's got the receipts to back that up. The evidence that the defendant Chad Daybell and Alex Cox believed the victim was dark and or a zombie will be used to prove the conspiracy, but is also relevant to establish the motive pursuant to Rule 404b2. This could be nothing, and I'm just like, whoa. So I feel like they start over. I'm not sure. See how they just start over instead of ending? So I think I don't know. I don't know. Did I? Y'all let me know. Did we read this already? Or let me know, KJ. Because I'm just going in circles right now because it doesn't end. It's just like a revolving door. Other acts to show MO, not bad character. So the other acts are to show. He did, though, actually. Now, I mean, and I remember this. It wasn't even in the documents, or it was, and somebody, a news station fished it out, and it showed Chad Daybell on the phone with Alex Cox for almost the whole damn time. Especially at least Chad's device. Let me just say that, and Alex's device. Okay, I'm just gonna throw that in there. And you thought it was Brandon just coming home? For what? Hey Michelle, what's up? I thought it was Brandon just coming home. Yeah, he was coming home when he got shot at. Hold on. God, why do they have such long names? Okay. They're so extra. I swear. All right. So, I mean, let's just jog our memories.
I'm Nate Eaton, and we are getting a closer look at surveillance footage from Self Storage Plus in Rexburg. This is the facility where Lori Vallow went on October 1st to rent a storage unit, and inside she placed some very personal belongings, such as children's bikes, scooters, also some photo albums, and blankets with pictures of her children, JJ and Tylee. Lori and sometimes two men visited the facility 9 times in October and 1 time in November. The big question is what happened on October 2nd. We know that Lori rented the unit by herself the day before on the 1st, but on October 2nd, she came in her blue Nissan Rogue with a man we originally thought was Alex Cox, her brother. But a closer look of enhanced high-quality video shows it likely was not Alex. In fact, it appears to be Chad Daybell, based on the way he walks, looks, and comparing his mannerisms to other video we have of him. Let me walk you through this. The blue Rogue arrives at 2:25. You can see the timestamp says 1:25, but that's because the clocks were off, according to the facility. Lori is driving the Rogue and makes her way to the door of the building where her unit is. She gets out 2 minutes later at 2:27 with the man we believe is Chad. At 2:29, he pulls a tire out of the back of the Rogue and rolls it into the storage unit. Then 1 minute later, he and Lori both carry in together what appears to be a removable car seat. They put it in the locker, shut the door, and leave the facility at 2:32. Their entire visit is just 7 minutes. So why does this matter? Well, that same day, Brandon Boudreaux says that he was shot at in Gilbert, Arizona around 9:30 that morning while coming home from the gym. Brandon had been married to Melanie, Lori's niece, and he had a very large life insurance policy and assets totaling over $1 million. Months earlier, Melanie began spending a lot of time with Lori and her religious group. Then Melanie suddenly demanded a divorce from Brandon. The bullet missed his head by inches, and police say the person who shot at him was driving a Jeep registered to Charles Vallow. Charles had been dead for nearly 3 months at this point, and Tylee Ryan regularly drove that Jeep, but she had been missing for more than a month at this point. Now, if you're familiar with Jeeps, you know that many models have spare tires on the back, and if they are in place, the back window does not open. But if they are removed, that window does open. So it's possible that the Jeep used in that shooting had the tire removed, and that tire could have been placed into the storage unit along with the back seat of the Jeep. We would ask Alex Cox if that was the case, but we can't because he's dead, and police are not commenting. But if Cox was not in Rexburg, it's possible he was in Arizona, inside Charles Vallow's Jeep. The next day, back in Rexburg, Lori returns to the storage facility with another man who we believe is Alex. They were there for 3 minutes. You can see them entering, working their way to the same door she was at the day before, and going into the building. Compared to the guy from the day before, this man walks differently and carries the tire out rather than rolling it. The man we think is Cox also carries out the car seat by himself without any help from Lori. Originally, we thought this was a tote with something hanging over the end, but this higher quality video shows that it appears it's actually a vehicle seat, and Lori and Alex are likely taking it away. 3 days later, on October 6th, Alex returns to the storage unit by himself in his silver pickup and comes 5 other times that month, including a visit on October 28th with a man who appears to be Chad Daybell. They stay 6 minutes and wheel in bikes and other items. The last time anyone visits the storage locker is November 24th. Lori and Chad stay for 4 minutes and drop off this Home Depot box and a tote, leaving belongings of JJ and Tylee never to return. Police have now seized all of the items that were inside of that storage unit, along with the Jeep that was used in the shooting of Brandon. I'm Nate Eaton for EastIdahoNews.com.
Bam. Bam. Oh, that thing scares me. It's always so violent sounding. Anyways, so there's that refresher, right? I know. Surely the plan on using this video in her next trial. I don't know these days, you know. I'm like, okay. Can it be not used for some weird reason or something? You know. My understanding is Melanie's has joint custody of children with Brandon, which is insane. I'm saying it loud for you because it's crazy. Okay, I did pull this up, so because you know your shit. Okay, so let me change this around to see. I got to keep reading all the same stuff, or this one. Okay, it is over here. And I got to change my aspect again because I forgot. We'll just do this. We'll keep me off screen. Okay, so I guess this is where it's at. So this is an exhibit from Brandon Boudreaux's court filing. This is from March 19, 2020. This was early on in the case, y'all. It was crazy. Crazy times. Is this the document you were talking about? Or let me go to the complete story. I need a complete story. Yeah, I remember printing this out. Full color. Okay. Let me make sure with KJ. KJ, is this the right? East Idaho News enhanced the storage video. Not sure it can be admitted. Well, but there is the storage owner who has the actual footage and, that did all the work. So I'm sure they can use his. Just because it's public to us doesn't mean it's got to be public, right? Okay, the enhanced video likely can't be entered. All right. Yes. Okay. Is Brandon's ex-wife going to be called to court? I don't know. I mean, if so, is she going to tell the truth? Jason blew my mind. Okay. He does this on a regular basis, especially lately. But he was like, what if Melanie testifies for Brandon? And I was like, oh. I mean, that would, anyways, I don't even know. You see, my brain is like, so anyways, I'll just let you sit with that because it's crazy. Yeah. I don't understand how Brandon feels comfortable with her sharing custody. I don't know either. And is it, to me, I'm just like, okay, so the police are like, okay, we're going to trust you with your kids, but all eyes are on you, so you won't do anything? Or, well, I mean, uh-oh, I locked up. The hell? Come on. That's weird. Oh my God. I'm a refresh. Well, maybe not. Come on. This is weird. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. Oh my God. There's some weird stuff going on with my computer lately. Okay. I don't know what that was all about. Okay. Hey, Mark. Good morning, Zenaida. Just me. Brandon may not be comfortable. They had a court custody battle. Oh, what I was saying was, are the police like, okay, well, we're willing to take this chance. with your children. I mean, it's like, what? They're still, like, in my opinion, it just still seems like the kids are being used as pawns, not thinking about the children and more or less just trying to appease or I don't know. And I mean, I don't know. I've been trying to figure this out for years. So this says Mesa, Arizona, court documents filed this week, and this was again March 2020. This week provide bizarre new details about Lori Vallow Daybell's missing children, her alleged religious beliefs, and a shooting in Arizona. There are a lot of characters in the story, so we'll start with a description of who's involved. Lori Vallow Daybell, mother under investigation for the disappearance of 2 of her children, 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, who have been missing since September. She is in the Madison County Jail in Rexburg on 2 charges of desertion and non-support of dependent children. I don't want to have to go through all these. There's Chad, Melanie Boudreaux Palowski. She was married to Brandon Boudreaux. She is the niece of Lori and Alex. Okay. And actually Chad Daybell, but she actually called Chad Daybell daddy. So there's that tidbit. Then she married Ian Palowski like faster than a cat can lick its ass. Okay. That's all I'm saying. That is the weirdest. This is just so weird. She married Ian Palowski. Ian Palowski worked for Melaleuca, which is Frank Vandersloot, just for anybody who didn't know that. Frank Vandersloot owned East Idaho News, bought it from Bonneville Communications, which was owned by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And what else? He owns Melaleuca as well. He pretty much owns this area of Rexburg and Southeast Idaho here. Anyways. All right. And then Brandon is the victim, the only living victim in this entire tragedy. It's a tragedy for us. She's a tragedy pimp. Lori is. All right. Alex is Lori's brother who died suspiciously in December. Cox killed Lori's 4th husband, Charles Vallow, allegedly in self-defense. We can say that is not correct anymore. And Cox is suspected of shooting at Boudreaux. So religious beliefs. In his filing, Boudreaux responds to Melanie's allegations with multiple exhibits, including receipts, housing contracts, copies of airplane tickets to Idaho, and other items. The most alarming details come from what Ian allegedly told his attorneys after meeting with law enforcement officers last fall. The filing does not detail how Boudreaux obtained the document, but 3 sources, tell EastIdahoNews.com they came from Palowski's computer. Okay. Remember how Melanie Palowski was blaming my mom? She was blaming Charles for bringing some document over to her and Brandon's house anyways. And my mom, she was blaming my mom for all kinds of stuff. In the filing, Ian explains religious beliefs that Melanie allegedly shared with him early on in their relationship in the fall of 2019. One subject was zombies, meaning human bodies that have had their original spirits forced from them and have been possessed by either a demon, disembodied spirit, or a worm / slug. Yeah. Spirits can be pushed from their bodies during traumatic events or deadly injury. Spirits pushed out are trapped in limbo as the body they're tied to is still living, but cannot be occupied by them anymore, Ian allegedly wrote. The document describes the dark church. Okay, this is that LDS Church of Satan, I bet you. With Cain being the first dark being to be translated. Cain walks the earth with 50 dark translated beings to prevent / delay the Lord's second coming. So am I in that camp? Because I'm not trying to rush the Lord getting here like they are. Let's just do, can we, I've not been able to do this with this document with you guys. So what does that mean? Cain walks the earth with 50 dark translated beings to prevent delay, to stop the Lord's second coming. They're accelerationalists. They're trying to rush it and trying to bring it on. And I'm just like, don't feel I'm worthy enough to meet Jesus. Okay. So anyways, but just know that the second coming in Mormonism is so different than what I think it is. Okay. So it's actually the great and dreadful day of the Lord is what the real second coming is for these folk. And allegedly, I don't know. Okay. Welcome in everybody just coming in. Mentioning that, okay. Ian allegedly wrote, mentioning that 2 police investigators assigned to the Lori Daybell case are dark beings. Read what Ian Palowski allegedly wrote here. After Melanie told Ian about these and other beliefs, he reportedly wrote that he, quote, tried to keep an open mind. The idea seemed harmless at first, and she sounded pretty certain of some of them. She talked about how she had learned some of these things in the temple and others from Chad and Lori. Uh-oh. I have too much stuff right here. Ooh. Ian says when he first met Chad and Lori, he didn't get a bad impression. I don't know why we're trusting this guy. But they seemed, quote unquote, different. He describes learning of these new religious beliefs as, quote, fun and exciting ideas, unquote. But many of them felt like they were, quote, ripped straight out of a Dungeons and Dragons manual, unquote. Boudreaux, JJ, and Tylee. Ian admits he and Melanie married, quote, faster than any sane couple would, unquote. I hate that. It always has bothered me. But they both felt it was right. On their wedding night, Melanie began to express concerns about her children. She explained zombies and her fears about what Chad and Lori stated concerning the original spirits being caught in limbo until the body's death, unquote. Ian allegedly wrote, quote, she stated that Brandon had been possessed by a demon or another dark entity sometime after June of this year, which was 2019. She was told either through revelation or by Chad that something needed to happen to Boudreaux, in order for his spirit to progress and for the Lord's plan to continue. Zalema had mentioned something that caught my attention, and I wrote it on an index card, and I found it not too long ago, and I was like, this is crazy. Because like just reading that about the Lord's plan, it was something that Alex said to her allegedly, we can take that with a grain of salt, before he croaked. And it was to do with the Lord's plan or the plan of salvation crap. It was something. I'll have to find it and bring that together because there's something there, in my opinion, but didn't think action would be taken by anyone. That something needed to happen. So I'm just going back and saying, but no action from anybody, but that something needed to happen to Boudreaux in order for his spirit to progress and for the Lord's plan to continue. What the hell's the Lord's plan? Sounds like a conspiracy, in my opinion, folks. But wrong people, right? She didn't take well to unless it was Chad and Alex. All right. She didn't take well to the idea of her husband dying as part of the Lord's plan, but didn't think action would be taken by anyone. Ian allegedly states that things became concerning when Melanie shared the idea that, quote, Chad and Lori could have directed Alex Cox, to take a shot at Brandon, unquote. But it wasn't anything she was sure about. I wish Ian wasn't the middleman, for real. It's like layers of word salad, a lot of hearsay. In the filing, Ian allegedly writes that he and Melanie began discussing JJ and Tylee. At this point, only JJ was considered missing, and Ian writes that, quote, Melanie had been told by Chad and Lori that their children had been possessed and had become zombies, unquote. So I always got this a little, it can be taken a couple ways. It can be taken as Melanie had been told by Chad that their children, Lori and Chad didn't have children together, but I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Quote, she shared concerns that she's been told Brandon needed to die, and that may indicate that Tylee and JJ needed to die as well. This should not ever be any kind of normal fucking conversation, period. Like, that it all in of itself right there is just, what are you saying? Do you hear what you're saying? Don't answer that. It's a rhetorical question. She told me she was worried that Al may have had to, quote unquote, take care of the kids. She explained that Al had great faith and never wavered in his trust in the Lord. Well, good, because it's the Dark Lord. Just, I'm sure he knows. No task would be too difficult or too great for him. I don't know. It pisses me off. Ian became severely worried about what he was hearing and spent days trying to reassure himself that everything was fine. According to court documents, okay, that's the end of a sentence. In the meantime, Ian's ex-wife had reached out to Boudreaux, thank God, and he told her Melanie was in a cult. Ian's ex-wife had reached out to Boudreaux. Oh, and Boudreaux told her Melanie was in a cult. So he told Natalie. All right. And that she had tried to have him killed. Going to the police, Ian's ex-wife, Natalie, contacted him and expressed her concerns. According to court documents, she said she was going to meet with the police, and Ian agreed to go with her. Quote, what I shared with the police were the ideas that Chad, Lori, and Alex may have planned shooting at Brandon, and that Tylee and JJ may be in serious danger if Melanie's fears have any validity, unquote. Ian allegedly wrote, quote, if shooting at Brandon was indeed based on the idea that he was no longer actually Brandon and needed to die as part of the Lord's plan, then the kids' lives could be forfeited. That's interesting. Based on the idea that they're not really Tylee and JJ anymore, unquote. And you know what case flew through my mind just now is that Jennifer Gledhill, who said Matt Johnson, her husband's still missing. They've in Utah, they've charged her with first-degree murder, even though there's no body yet. And she said that her husband, Matt Johnson, who's missing, was no longer Matt anymore. And I'm like, what is going on, ladies? LDS ladies. I'm going to be all up in that case because it's alarming. It's just, why are we talking about this? Why is this like a trend? What's going on? Okay. Pisses me off. All right. Ian shared other details, said he would cooperate with police and allowed them to pull data from his phone. He met with officers the next day, and they gave him a recording device to put on his keychain. He said, my plan was to record anything I thought could help locate Tylee and JJ, locate Chad and Lori, and understand what happened when Brandon was shot at, Ian wrote. If I thought Chad and Lori were going to be calling, I'd turn on the recorder and just let it run until they hung up. Should I pull this up, this video? I mean, because that's really crazy recordings, but they're long and they're not really productive. So what do y'all think? Oh yeah. Who agrees with just me? I do. Ian would not have come forward if it wasn't for his ex. I don't think so. He just, I mean, for him to go through all that, and I'm not in his shoes. I get it. I understand. But your children are at risk. And then you're having a baby with her, and then all this shit, and you just want to save her. Can everybody just stop saving everybody else and just save them? Like, they can't even save themselves, in my opinion. Like, they're too busy trying to be an advocate or a hero or a messiah or whatever. But they're never culpable. They are never responsible. They never take account. They never take responsibility of what they are doing. And that's so sick. And then they're never held accountable for it either. So you got it burning at both ends, in my opinion. It's crazy. She had to have known. She's sneaking just like Lori. Yeah. Yeah. Victim's advocate, she said it twice in that little bit of span of time the other night when she showed up at Brandon's parents' house to get her kids that were deemed dark. Okay. So it's not hearsay of Melanie, of the ones that Ian took, right? So do I need to pull them up? Let me just grab it. Not Jill. Take your recordings. Nope. OWSKI. All right. Let me do y'all think do you think Ian's gonna testify? Is it relevant? I wish they would charge her ass so I could figure this out. You know? That's all I'm saying. Oh, this is who we need to listen. Maybe not right here, but
We're talking about
this is Detective Ryan Pillar.
Boudreaux.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's listen to this.
Did those
As soon as I get it. I guess it's the whole damn thing, huh? Yep.
Sir, I have not.
Okay. With that, then, you can conduct your direct examination. I would request that the witness talk
Let me
directly
speed
into
it
the
up a little bit.
microphone, make verbal responses to any questions asked, so we keep a clear record and try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney questioning you.
Sir, yes, sir.
My name is Ryan Pillar. Last name is spelled P as in Paul, I-L-L-A-R. First name R-Y-A-N.
and sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Town of Gilbert Police Department,
You-
located in Maricopa County, Arizona.
How long have you been a police officer in Gilbert, Arizona?
I was hired in February of 2007, which brings me to a little over 16 years.
I know. Lately.
Prior to going forward, I would
I need to.
lodge an objection as to 404B. I know that the court has ruled on that, but to preserve our record on appeal, we'd like to object to him testifying pursuant to 404B.
Okay. Ms. Smith.
Not just me.
I understand the objection. Is there anything the state would like to add before the court makes a ruling on that?
No, Your Honor, the court is, we took this matter up before the court in advance, and we understand the court's rulings. And this witness will have some
think
evidence
so,
that is
right?
404B, but he's also part of a sort of joint law enforcement effort to find the kids. So partially there'll be 404B, and partially there'll be stuff relevant to this investigation.
Okay. The court's considered that
Crazy how
objection
they do
then,
this.
for the jurors. This is term 404B, which
The
is just
kids?
an
I don't
evidentiary
know.
rule, so you don't need to be concerned about the numbers. Simply that you will be instructed on what evidence is to be considered
That's a
and
good
how.
question, Jack.
And you've previously been instructed on this type of evidence. You will be again at the time of
And
your deliberations.
Is
The
this
court will
lately
overrule that objection as it relates to
on Foth?
any 404B.
Have you listened to Rachel
evidence,
Smith?
noting
I mean, because
that
I've listened
in
to her, but then the
previous hearing, it
trial
was
ended
decided
and
by the court that this evidence would be admissible for a
I haven't
limited
seen her.
purpose.
So
With that in mind, and for the reasons I
Hey, Rhonda.
indicated in that February ruling
Come on.
incorporated into this decision, the
He sounds like
objections
a damn
overruled, and Ms. Smith,
commercial,
you
an
can
auctioneer or something.
examination.
Thank you. I believe you indicated you were a police officer in Gilbert, and you were there for 16 years. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your training and background?
Yes, I attended 18 weeks of the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, followed by another 18 weeks of field training in the field while working as a police officer in Gilbert. I worked on a patrol shift, working both day shift, swing shift, and night shift throughout 9 years. In August of 2016, I made a lateral movement from patrol to our special victims unit, which is a detective unit designed to investigate crimes against children and sex crimes. In August of 2021.
Experience as an officer in Gilbert?
Yes, through Arizona Police Officer Standards and Training Board, I've attended hundreds of hours, 40-hour course on evidence.
What is the date of that attempted shooting?
October 2nd, 2019.
Okay. How did you become involved in that situation?
I was working as a detective at that time. I was actually in a meeting with fellow detectives, and we were notified of a shooting that occurred in the area of 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. And as the Violent Crimes Detective Unit, we responded to further investigate that scene.
What did you find when you got there?
Upon arrival, the Phelps Street runs east and west, and the crime scene tape was set up with police vehicles to prevent any type of further contamination. At the address of 3875 East Phelps was a black Tesla with Arizona license plate that ultimately returned to Mr. Brandon Boudreaux. Brandon Boudreaux is also present at the scene. He is the resident and the individual who was shot at and called 911.
So once you were at the scene, what steps did you take?
I was assigned the primary investigator. I then
Got a hold, please, because I just found those, at least some of them. Yeah, I did. Hold on. This right here. So from 9/30/19 marks the beginning of Alex's road trip in the Jeep Wrangler from Idaho to Arizona. His burner phone calls Chad's burner phone and receives a call from Chad's phone about 21 hours before the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. 10/1/19 is the day Lori Vallow rented the storage unit at Self Storage Plus. We've seen the multiple surveillance videos. 10/2, October 2nd, 2019, marks the date of the shooting in Gilbert. Alex's burner phone and Chad's burner phone make contact multiple times. Brandon witnesses the muzzle of a firearm pointed towards his Tesla moments before a shot is fired. After his car is hit, Brandon drives off and the Jeep follows him briefly before turning out of the neighborhood. From 9:19 to 9:25 hours, Alex's phone makes 2 phone calls to Chad's phone. The throwaway phones also communicate one last time. Alex drives near Green River, Utah. He's on his way back, right? I think. Let me not say that. Between 13:25 and 13:32 hours that day, Chad and Lori are seen on surveillance bringing in a tire and single vehicle wheel into storage. Her Gmail account searches for keywords like man shot in Gilbert, AZ, and AVE News, Brandon Boudreaux, spelled wrong. Post attempted homicide, Lori and Alex are seen at Self Storage Plus on video removing the single vehicle wheel, tire, and what appears to be a back seat. October 3rd, 2019, police interview Melanie, who denies. Well, yeah, so it goes up there. But that is so whack. They have plenty of stuff, y'all. Plenty of stuff. There's the computer stuff. Oh, yeah, I need this. That might not be it. Okay, so let me get back over there to Detective Peeler.
delegated tasks to my fellow detectives to include collecting evidence at the crime scene and canvassing the area, while I tasked myself with interviewing the reporting person / victim, Mr. Brandon Boudreaux.
Were you able to interview Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Was he cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. What, if any, information did you learn that caused you to take steps, further steps in investigation?
So speaking with Brandon, I ascertained what he did that morning. So I learned that morning he left his residence with his 4 children in common with his wife at the time, Melani Boudreaux. And he took his 4 children, 3 of them to school, and another child, their youngest, to meet with Melanie at another residence in Gilbert.
Exchange.
Brandon then met with his friends to go to the gym, and then returned to his residence at 3875 East Phelps in his vehicle. As he drove towards his residence, he observed a gray-colored Jeep Wrangler.
I'm going to object to this testimony as being hearsay. These are all things that Mr. Boudreaux apparently said.
Well, Your Honor, I apologize.
I will sustain that in terms of the specificity of what was stated there by Mr. Boudreaux.
Okay. So what information did you learn from Mr. Boudreaux that led you to take any investigative steps?
Yes.
After he returned home, he was shot at, and then we conducted a canvass of the area and spoke with neighbors, collected ring footage, and ultimately confirmed that there was a Jeep that was idling in front of Mr. Boudreaux's residence for approximately 1.5 hours. That Jeep was described by Brandon and by independent witnesses, as well as ring footage, as a gray colored Jeep Wrangler with a Texas license plate. Additionally, that Jeep did not have a wheel affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler.
Why was that significant?
Tinted windows too.
Jeep Wranglers, 2-door Jeep Wranglers specifically, have wheels on the back that would prevent the back window from being able to be opened. And Mr. Boudreaux's interview, he explained that when he approached his house, the back window of the Jeep opened up.
Again, I'm going to object to hearsay.
It's to explain. I'm sorry. Counsel, go ahead.
He's indicating what Brandon Boudreaux told him.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter, so it is to show why this officer
That's
made
the
the
Lori Vallow.
observations he did, and then what steps he took next based on what he received.
Okay,
not
I'll
for the
overrule
truth
the
of the
objection, but instruct the witness to try to avoid making direct quotes of what was told to you by someone else in the course of the investigation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So you were explaining the relevance of the Jeep
So-
window.
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. So the Jeep window cannot open up if that wheel is affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler. If that wheel is not present, in this case, the window is able to be opened up. Again, with ring footage and independent witnesses that were talked to at the scene, a gunshot was heard from that area at about 0914 hours, which is when Brandon Boudreaux returned home. Again, confirmed with witnesses and digital evidence.
So in addition to learning information about the presence of the Jeep, was there any other physical evidence that led to corroborate what you had learned from Mr. Boudreaux and then led to you following up on that information?
Yes, there was a bullet hole in the front A pillar of the driver's side door of a Tesla. So there was actually a bullet hole.
I don't know.
I guess I can just describe it, A pillar, kind of
Let me ask
towards
my why.
the top of the driver's side door.
You're back.
The projectile fragments were recovered, some of them. After the shooting happened, Brandon called 911 and drove away from the scene. So we canvassed the area to look for other fragments, but ultimately the ones that were recovered were from the bullet hole within the vehicle. The windshield was also shattered, where Brandon explained where he was shot at. There was
Objection,
shards.
Your Honor. It's calls for hearsay.
So-
He's saying what Brandon told him.
Let's sustain.
Were there shards of glass in any particular area of note to you?
Yes, so additional to the bullet hole, there were shards of glass in the roadway where it was believed Brandon was shot at.
And did you also, in addition to looking for physical evidence, did you learn any information that led you to investigate a possible motive for the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
What did you look at as a possible motive for shooting at Brandon Boudreaux?
Brandon denied having any enemies or anybody who
I'm
would
going
want
to check the
hurt.
hearsay, Judge.
Sustain.
Without telling us what somebody said, if you could just give us what information you had that led you to lead somewhere else. Did you have any evidence to suggest at the time that Brandon Boudreaux had enemies?
No.
Did you have any evidence to that you obtained that indicated possible marital or spousal disputes?
Yes.
What information did you possess that suggested there was a spousal dispute or marital problems?
I learned that Brandon was in the process of a divorce with his wife, Melani Boudreaux, and learned that his aunt, Lori Vallow, had a brother, Alex Cox, who was involved in a homicide in Chandler, Arizona, the death of Charles Vallow. Chandler, Arizona is a sister city to Gilbert. We actually share
A border.
jurisdictional lines.
Yeah.
So when Brandon told me about his marital problems with Melanie, combined with a recent homicide, that furthered our investigation to look into communicating with Chandler Police about what they investigated.
Were you able to reach anybody at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes.
And did you learn anything that led you to investigate the possible motive or potential suspects from Chandler Police Department?
Yes, it was learned from Chandler detectives that a homicide happened within the jurisdiction in July of 2019, where Charles Vallow was shot and killed by Alex Cox. And present at that scene was Lori Vallow, her two children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow.
Y'all, okay, and I might be way off base, and probably am. I probably am. But you know how they did the stipulation? Lori took the stipulation or whatever because of the aggravating factors. Why would they not put in the aggravating factors that it was in the presence of minors? I mean, I'm just like, the minors were there. We don't know if they were there because we weren't there. Like Lori and Alex were there. And so I'm just like, that seems like that would be an aggravating factor in my opinion. But Melanie was in Hawaii with Chad and Lori. Melanie. When? I'm so lost. Bewitched. Imagining Lori opening cans, dumping them into a casserole dish, mixing the 5 or 6 ingredients together, creating a bland mush, and being like, don't you remember my chili chicken or whatever, green chili chicken? I don't even know. She is dumb as the day is long. Oh my God. Ooh, that woman there, she is something else, huh? Hey, Carolina. I mean, I've been seeing you. I'm just saying hello. All right. This is juicy. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be crazy in a good way. Crazy in a good way. Sometimes her crazy needs to come out for everybody to see. And that way it can be exposed. As this is our last chance. Okay. So we're really putting our faith in you, Treena, again. And I appreciate her. I really do. She actually wows me. I don't know what to make of it yet. Oh, but I did ask my AI the probability of, is it likely they will use the body cam videos captured of Melani Boudreaux, who trespassed onto Brandon Boudreaux's parents' house in American Fork, Utah in November of 2019. Okay. So it says, based on your search history and the information available, it's highly likely that body cam videos captured of Melani Boudreaux trespassing on Brandon Boudreaux's parents' property in American Fork, Utah in November of 2019 were used in legal proceedings related to that event. That doesn't help because it says highly likely and that they were used in legal proceedings related to that event. According to news reports found in your search history, Melani Boudreaux was arrested for criminal trespassing with a domestic violence enhancement in November 2019 at that location. Police body cam footage of the arrest exists and has been publicly released by the American Fork Police Department. Melani Boudreaux was convicted. I don't think so. Oh, yes, she was. And sentenced for this trespassing incident in December of 2020. Given her conviction, it is probable. Now, this is just AI. Don't come at me. It is probable that the body cam footage was part of the evidence presented in court. But is it part of this? Will it be part of the June trial for, I always get this mixed up, against Lori Vallow. Okay. Right. This is how I answer all my world problems. Not really, but it really does help me. Not so much here, but it helps me lay out some things, So it says, based on the information gathered from your search history, it's possible, but not definitely stated, whether the body cam footage of Melani Boudreaux's trespassing will be used in Lori Vallow's trial for the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux scheduled for early June. Here's why. I don't really get the answer. Based on information gathered in recent search, it's possible, but not definitively stated. Okay, so it's possible. So it says, here's why. Connection to Brandon Boudreaux. Melani Boudreaux's trespassing involved Brandon Boudreaux and occurred in November of 2019, shortly after the attempted shooting in October of 2019. This timeline and the individuals involved suggest a potential link between the events. Melani Boudreaux, I remember looking this up like crazy person. As a person of interest, reports indicate that Melani Boudreaux was initially a person of interest, and then she was later considered an investigative lead in the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Her actions and state of mind around that time could be relevant to the case against Lori Vallow Daybell. And so it brings me here. Ooh. Oh, hell, I shouldn't have done that. I hate that. They tricked me. Why y'all got to make it such a contraption? I can't stand this. That's why I copy and paste a lot of the things that I do. Because I can't, this is way like too much crap. So as soon as it finishes fleeking out, anyways, I feel like that guy right there, right? Anyway, so let's watch if it'll let me.
I'm a scientist, and I
Okay,
support more
good.
students taking the ACT.
I'm broke. What's up? Just kidding. Okay.
League. Learn more.
I mean, this is older.
It has
Yeah.
been 5 months since J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found gruesomely buried in Idaho, as their mother, Lori Vallow Daybell, and her husband, Chad, await trial connected to their deaths. From jail, a custody case here in Mesa has some new clues in this puzzling investigation. Court records accuse Lori's niece, Melanie Palowski, of
She
being
walks like a
involved
man.
in a cult with Lori and Chad. She's also accused of being involved in a shooting attempt on her ex-husband's life. She testified that Gilbert police consider her an investigative lead in that case, but says that she is not a suspect. She also denies that her ties to Lori Vallow Daybell and her family mean that she is an unfit mother.
You're not in a cult.
Yes,
You don't believe in zombies.
she does.
You don't believe in dark spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe in doing harm to someone to exercise a dark spirit.
Did she show up at your house and stay at your
Do you
house?
think it was reasonable for Brandon to accuse you of being in a cult?
What else would she say?
Just because you're Lori Vallow's niece?
Absolutely not.
Melanie and her ex reached a custody agreement in
That's
court.
dumb question.
Chad and Lori Daybell are scheduled for trial next summer.
Well, that was a long time ago, right? Okay, let me get that. I never keep up with these damn things. Okay, I'm so sorry. All right. Check this out.
The search for the 2 missing children from Rexburg, Idaho continues today as their mother sits behind bars. 17-year-old Tylee Ryan and adopted son, 7-year-old J.J. Vallow, have been missing since September. Their mother, Lori Vallow Daybell, was arrested earlier this week in Hawaii.
According to new documents filed in Arizona, Lori's niece, Melani, may have information about the location of JJ and Tylee and has claimed responsibility for the attempted murder of her ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux.
He and his attorney filed the paperwork 1 day before Lori's arrest in Hawaii. Fox 15's Adam Herbetz is in studio with an early look at how Lori's
Filed in Arizona, Lori's niece
have been missing since September. Their mother, Lori Vallow Daybell, was arrested earlier this week in Hawaii.
According to new documents filed in Arizona, Lori's niece, Melani, may have information about the location of JJ and Tylee and has claimed responsibility for the attempted murder of her ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux.
He and his attorney filed the paperwork 1 day before Lori's arrest in Hawaii. Fox 15's Adam Herbetz is in studio with an early look at how that story could tie everything together.
You might remember Brandon Boudreaux spoke exclusively with Fox 13 last December about his attempted murder case involving his wife, Melanie, which is Lori Vallow's niece. These documents were obtained through the Arizona court system by our sister station, Fox 10 in Phoenix. Brandon has called himself the spouse who got away from a dangerous cult that includes Chad, Lori, and Melanie. He claims to have information from Melanie's new husband, who he says has been cooperating with law enforcement. The documents state Melanie's new husband listened to her confession that Melanie conspired to kill Brandon at his home in Gilbert, Arizona, and her uncle, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, was the shooter.
All I could think was, someone's shooting at me. What do I need to do? I need to hit the gas and get out of here.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window. The documents go on to state Melanie knows where JJ and Tylee are, that she is refusing to cooperate, and she will sometimes say, quote, something to the effect that children are full of light, and then just like that, they go dark. It is important to note Melanie has not been arrested for obstructing justice in Idaho or for attempted murder in Arizona, but she has been arrested for another crime involving her husband here in Utah. Coming up tonight at 9, we'll show you what she has to say about that case and what she has been posting online. But for now, reporting in studio, Adam Herbetz, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Stay with Fox 13 News as we follow the court proceedings and the search for JJ and Tylee. You can always get the latest on air, but also online anytime, fox13now.com.
All right. I know, I'm taking you all around the world. All right, hold on. You gotta put the other one down.
Anything else you can think of right now?
I know, the poor little girl. It's not, come on. It's bad parenting.
I know his business partners are very upset with him right now. They didn't like having to buy me out.
I know they're all stressed about money. He has, so the way that his company works, guys make money underneath him. And so I probably prevent him leaving the company. Money floating around. I don't know if
Poor little girl.
I guess
Oh,
the
she's
first would
trapping.
be Adam just because I know he has a gun. And
Huh. I know he has a gun.
I don't know.
Yes.
Has anybody expressed wanting to do anything to him, to you?
Huh.
I hear from
Oh, Lori picked woman. I found it being inconvenient. He would not care.
I'll get you water.
It's definitely not gonna be Lori. It's gonna be Tylee's fault. Oh my God.
Like, I know him, like, he screwed a lot of people over in business, like, not a good guy. And I was like, well, we're going through a divorce. Because he saw my last name, Boudreaux. Like, I know that guy, I know he goes through with these guys. So, I mean, it's kind of something I always, I never knew what he was doing all the time, but there was always that, I hope everything's okay. I hope he's not doing bad business. I hope there's so much money floating around. I don't know what's going on. So, but I do know anything or any sort of he tries to flip it on me.
I did a whole report
Me
on
or my aunt or something,
possible
and so,
reasons.
yeah, I guess that's what I have.
Crazy, huh?
Okay.
Let me go get her a water real quick. Do you want a little water bottle too?
Sure, that'd be good.
Yes,
Here in a minute,
very
but,
vague,
let me go grab
very
water.
broad.
Decompress, think about this real quick. Any other questions? If you have any questions too.
Hey, honey. How are you?
Write them down. She might. All right, I'll be right back.
You ready to get on with this? Poor baby girl. I don't know if she was deemed dark or what. Poor thing. You not get the videos? Oh Lord, that is a long way. It's like boomeranging back. Okay, sorry. Funny, you know. Maybe that wasn't a pun. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I wish they would unblur it and make it right. Get her. Get her.
Pick up your pen.
In your eyes.
You've been pretty good, sis. You know, you were
Really?
in here for a little while, and you did pretty good. Should we clean up? Because we're ready to go soon.
Where you going, girl? Oh, it started way over here. My bad. It's from the other day when I was watching it. Hold on. Let me pull up the transcript. Well, this officer or this detective has the patience of a saint. I'll tell you that. Yeah, let's see. Let's see where she blames him for everything. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me just do this and then back it up. Okay. Yeah, because this was like, okay. I wanted to write all this stuff down. But what I did was I took the transcript and I put it into my thing. But I'm going to play this while I go pull that up. Kind of. She didn't remember where she was. She missed call from Brandon. Crackers.
Fruit leather.
Yeah, okay.
And Ritz crackers.
She don't care what brand they are.
Let's see if I can get cartoons on here.
Uh,
That might be better for you.
And you are a mother too.
And you are.
Oh, okay. I
What
thought
are their names?
she was selling that to her.
They're his. And with it,
All right, right here.
I don't know. He said that he moved in a couple weeks ago, but
Nope. All right, let's go here.
You're
I'm gonna
welcome.
quit.
And then there's crayons. Okay. You can use the whole box if you want, all right? Mommy and I are going to talk for a little bit, okay?
go.
Before before we get all started, I just want to go through some logistics of everything. What's your first name? Drew, what's your birthday?
Melani. April. Oh my God, her birthday was
And
like
you
just now.
are mother to.
Brandon's too.
What are their names?
Okay.
And you are married?
So we're working through a divorce. I don't actually know if it's final or not. They said since we worked through mediation, they said we'll get something in the mail. I looked online.
When was
We
this?
submitted everything for it. It just has to be signed off by the judge. So that's where we're at with.
Oh, October 3rd.
Okay, so you've actually gone through the
2019.
court system, signed divorce paperwork.
Yeah, so through mediation, we submitted everything to her, and she said everything's good, just the judge has to sign off on it, and then we get something in the mail.
Okay, so
It's gotta be getting close.
currently
It
married
is.
then, but it's at the
Yeah.
short of getting
Terrible.
something that says it's official.
Right.
Okay. And that marriage was a
Enmeshed family. That's why.
and you guys all in common?
Oh yeah, there
Are
is.
your children together?
And there's a 30-minute one too.
Any
That,
other
that I think is even more
kids
telling.
that you have? Okay. Any other kids that he has?
Not that I know.
Fair enough. All right. And you are living right now at the. And do you know where he's living?
I believe he's at.
I know, but I'm just saying she always brings Tylee up.
How long have you lived with
So it's like, who's going to be your scapegoat? And how's she going to pin this on Tylee? She does everything.
Moved in a couple
It's
weeks ago,
disgusting.
but
Oh,
he
he
had
moved
some
in a couple
receipts
weeks
that were
ago.
in Seattle that weekend, so I don't really know. It's been mixed things what he's told me. So
How
I'm
does she
not
know what
sure.
receipts he has?
Okay.
He's been there for
Hold on.
at least over the week or so that we go, but
Oh,
How long have you lived with her?
I don't know. He said that he moved in a couple weeks ago, but he had some receipts that were in Seattle that weekend, so I don't really know.
he said he moved in a couple weeks ago. He had some receipts that were from Seattle. Okay. So I don't really know.
It's been mixed things what he's told me, so I'm not sure. I'm assuming
Mixed things.
Okay.
he's been there for at least over the weekend.
All right. So it hasn't been very long.
No, just barely moved there.
And your custody agreement is, what's the custody arrangement with the?
So, I've had the kids full time until he moved into his own place, and now
Until he moved into his own place.
work's doing 50-50. So, like Mondays and Tuesdays are his, then Wednesdays, Thursdays are mine, and then we alternate the extended weekends.
The Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
And is it your weekend then?
I also watch because he says he's at work.
Who do you watch?
Your weekend then?
I also watch because he says he's at work.
Okay.
Because he's at work. I hope she ain't watching no other kid.
And are you working right now?
I'm not. Take a nap if you want.
I don't know if movies are.
And Lori got some pills for you.
Okay, so
Ugh.
divorce. And how is your current relationship with?
There was a lot of like lies and manipulation.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Traveled all the time, sometimes like a month at a time for DirecTV.
I thought that was a
and
comment.
AT&T. And then this last year I found just some videos, a lot of like gay activity. And I kind of kept it to myself until I knew for sure. He started to do a lot of bad business deals with people that just had many people come to us say, don't do business with this type of person, is not a good person. I kind of let him deal with the funds because I was doing everything for the kids. They kept me busy. That was my full-time job. And so just started to find a lot of stuff. And then finally over the summer we were on a family trip and I just kind of felt like I needed to confront him and know for myself. And he kind of flopped that whole thing on me, said, I'm crazy. There's no way he's doing all those things. He said, I'm crazy. I need to get a mental eval. And he took a kid from me to his parents. And I kind of just kept my peace because I knew, I'm like, okay, I know no, I'm not crazy, and I know the truth will stand, and so it'll be okay. And, you know, it's been okay. We've been able to work through doing 50-50, but there's still been a lot of, like, money he owes me, a lot of excuse why he can't pay it to me and stuff. So I stress, or I feel like he's stressed about money to an extreme, which has worried me, and I've noticed some different behaviors with him.
Poor baby.
I don't know for sure, but I heard that he's been taking drugs.
I heard.
Ecstasy, which is like a more common gay thing. I guess I don't know. I'm learning how.
My thing is with these people, the past behaviors, I mean, it's basically projection. So it makes me wonder if Melanie is also a projector and if she's been taking ecstasy and she's been looking at gay porn and all the stuff that she's accusing him of, because I'm just wondering. It's plausible, you know? It's a good question.
All this, I've noticed he always has sunglasses on even when it's dark and I go to pick up the kids. He's got sunglasses on. So yeah, I mean, I've gotten to a point where there's been so many lies I don't believe what he says anymore, so I don't know how to, we're just doing it the best we can, the back and forth, trying to just not see him as much. If it's in a text, most time he's tried to be more sweet, and then, you know, in person, more like the bullying, manipulation kind of stuff. And so I feel like the less I say, the less interaction I have with him, and just kind of stay calm is usually better with him.
What's your primary way of communicating?
Just through phone.
Okay. Telephone, or is it text or something else?
We try to just do text, and so he called me a ton of times. Last night he said, "Can I call you? It's important." And I just over and over calls and texts, and I kind of felt like something was off, and so I just didn't answer. This morning he said, "I've had a bad day," and then I responded this morning and I said, he said too, he said, "I just want to make sure the kids are okay." So I was like, "Yeah, the kids are fine. Like, they're in bed when you called, and we're getting ready for school. It's early in the morning. I hope you're having a better day." But yeah, I try to only text. That's why it was weird when he was like, "I can call you," left me a message. He said, "I don't want to talk about it over the phone."
Did you guys talk at all last night?
No, I just texted him this morning.
Okay.
So
And what did you text him this morning?
when or what?
Both.
So I just said, yes, the babies are fine. They were tucked in bed, getting ready for school now. Hope you're having a better day. And that was at 6:52 a.m.
Okay. Sorry, as with everything, there's a lot going on, so
Yeah, that's fine.
I apologize. I'm just pushing some of the messages off. All right, so you guys were married for a while, and then you said
So bizarre.
you found things. Tell me more about that.
So I found a video of him dancing at a Pink Pony Club on another guy. I found text messages between him and his business partner, as well as like gay talk. Found gay pictures. I found like he would do business with someone, lie about money, where it's going, kind of. And honestly, I didn't really know a lot of the business he was doing. I kind of just let him deal with that. I just wouldn't know where he's traveling because he traveled all the time. So I just, you know, we just knew Dad's gone a lot for work. And but when his business started to go bad with AT&T, he invested all of our savings with a guy who lives here in Gilbert, who a lot of people then came to us and said, don't work with this guy. And ever since then, it's been kind of.
How long ago was that?
I think he did the final investment like in March.
Okay.
So he put just shy of $200,000 into an insurance business. And then, he just became really stressed about money, traveled. He said he's been traveling to Vegas every week for some sort of business. So, and I don't know if that's confirmed and true. That's just kind of what I was told.
Okay. And so you said you found some things that made you believe that he was gay, and then
She don't know.
you mentioned drugs. Tell me more about that.
I just noticed his behaviors kind of like ups and downs. Like he would be, he lost like, I think like 70 pounds in 2 months. I've known him for 10 years.
Love on your man, girl.
Never been able to lose that weight. And so
Sorry if I was loud.
everything kind of just seemed a little bit off. And then I I noticed some days when he didn't have sunglasses on, real just like depleted, low energy, really depressed when we'd drop the kids off, and other days, like the next day, he had sunglasses on, standing up tall, just acting like a total, everything's fine, total confidence. He had mentioned that some of his guys in his company, I don't know the correct terms on it, but taking it like through the bottom. And so I don't know if they would do gay sex after that to have sex. I don't know. Just it kind of, all the pieces kind of came together, like that would make sense why he's been a little bit stressed out.
Did you ever see any of the drugs?
I didn't.
And then aside from the videos
I
on the
didn't.
phone and everything, did you find any other pornography or anything else?
Did you say I didn't?
Stressed out.
Did you ever see any of the drugs?
I didn't.
And then aside from the videos on the phone and everything, did you
I
find
didn't.
any of the drugs?
I didn't.
And then aside from the videos on the phone and everything, did you find any other pornography or anything else? Or did he ever say anything related to any type of homosexuality or being gay or anything along
Oh,
those lines?
yeah.
He was very defensive over anything gay, always over the top, like that's gonna make me sick, but
Was she packing it
he
at
would
this
have
point?
pornography on Pinterest most of the time.
Okay.
And then say,
I can find out.
And when you say pornography, tell me, what does that mean to you?
Oh, wait. Hold on, Trace.
Naked.
I know that she moved October 31st, 2019. That's when the moving van left because the Rich Robertson put that tracking device on there. And that's when he saw the stuff from the kids put out onto the curb with a free sign. And that's actually their anniversary. She and Brandon had been married 11 years. October 31st, 2019 was their anniversary, would have been their anniversary. And so this is October 3rd. October 2nd, the day before, is whenever Brandon got shot at. This is the next day. She doesn't remember what the hell she did the day before. She even asked her child, "What did we do? Did we go here?" I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, so Fox 10 obtained the interview by the Gilbert Police Department with Melanie Palowski, the niece of Lori Vallow. The interview takes place the day after Palowski's ex-husband Brandon Boudreaux was shot at in Gilbert. I'm sorry, on October 2nd, 2019. Gilbert PD's investigation revealed Lori Vallow's brother, Alex Cox, attempted to kill Boudreaux. This seems so matter of fact. Like everybody is just like, it's him. Kind of like it was with Charles. But with Charles, he admitted that he shot his brother-in-law in self-defense, right? So I don't know. It just seems like nobody's refuting this. Unless it's just me. So, okay. Cox died just 2 months later, and GPD eventually recommended charges for Lori Vallow and her husband, Chad Daybell, claiming the couple conspired to kill Boudreaux with the shooting. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office is still reviewing the case against Vallow, but declined to prosecute Daybell. Palowski was never charged in the attempted murder case. Can you ask them why? And it says, note, the video from GPD is intentionally blurred because a minor is present and some of the audio has been redacted. Right. Okay. So let me.
Body parts, naked women, naked men.
He's not gay then. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Naked body parts. Naked.
Let's not forget that Brandon Boudreaux won a $12 million defamation lawsuit against her attorneys who were saying and repeating the same things that she's saying right here. And that's interesting, right? Remember Garrett Smith, the swarm? I mean, he is like a worm, right? He is a snake. And so I hope he don't show up anywhere around here. But he was at the trials in Idaho whenever, y'all remember when Ian testified and Judge Boyce was like, kind of reprimanded him a bit because it seemed like there could be possibly like communication, with baseball signals, like wiggle, wiggle. I don't know. It was weird. And she's very broad in her. I mean, it's like, just like Lori, he was smirky and jerky, and she's just like, well, I mean, it's just very broad, and it's not. Where's her evidence? Where's the evidence? I mean, show us something besides you're just unhappy, because you got married too fast and tried to force something. And amen. Right? And he's a good guy. I mean, I think he is. I met him. And I was just like, he probably thought I was weird because I was just like, are you sure? Are you sure you're not from Louisiana? Are you sure? Anyways, my parents love him. And I mean, I've never seen anything. There is no evidence that I've seen that's available or anything that proves anything other than, otherwise to substantiate their claims or her claims. So it's just like, okay, Aunt Lori told me to do this, so I'm going to do this. And so I see a G in the temple, and so that means he's gay. That's his G meter. That's a G meter, right? Says he's gay. She doesn't seem like a very good judge of character anyways, so I'm not really banking on Melanie's damn gut feelings and her yeah, it would take forever to tell the story. It does take forever. I've never done it successfully.
Women, naked
Ever.
men.
So when did the marriage start having
Women, Lori told me.
some noticeable troubles?
It's been harder just because he travels all the time. But I mean, I don't feel like things were like necessarily bad. It was just hard.
Hard, man.
We
Hard.
did everything for the kids and always
Normal.
felt less stressed with that. But last October, he started to just do a lot of manipulation tactics that I just didn't have a good gut feeling about. Like he'd say I prayed about it. We need to invest $200,000 in this. Prayed about it. We need to do this. And I didn't. I just felt something was off. I didn't, and I was okay. Do whatever you feel like you need to do. But I just felt something was off. But then that's when, probably November when I started finding stuff. He did a 2-week trip in
When Lori and
to
Chad
India,
got sealed.
and I found his computer between him and two. Yes. Yeah, you need some water.
Get a small water bottle for it too.
Okay.
So I mean things weren't bad until last November, and I tried to just keep the marriage flowing until I knew for sure. But in end of June, what is all this stuff?
When his grandpa
He
died.
told me, flopped it off that I'm, there's no way he's gay. I'm crazy. He's told lies to my family in those relationships. It's kind of just been rough since then.
Okay. And tell me about the money situation. How it was in your marriage. How it's been through the divorce.
Money motivations. He keeps going after that.
He's always made a lot of money. I don't know. He's had different companies, so he's done pest control businesses, his own businesses with his own friends, kind of. And if he needed money transferred somewhere, he would sometimes let me know. Sometimes he wouldn't, and because I paid the bills.
With his money.
Gosh, we've got $9,000 somewhere, and he'd be like, "Oh, I told you about that." And I'd be like, no, I'm really organized. Spreadsheets and stuff like this. And so when that started to happen more, and he kept saying, "I told you about this. There was $30,000 transferred." Around March, I was like, "No, for sure,
edited.
you didn't tell me $30,000 more is going into this guy's company." But we did really well. We were broke our first couple of years, doing college and stuff, and then we made probably $250 to $350 for a couple of years. But this last year, when business started to go bad, he decided to leave that company with AT&T, and then kind of didn't have a job for a while, didn't know what to do, and then invested the rest of our savings with this company, this insurance firm.
Do you know who that's with?
So rough.
So he invested in this company, this insurance company.
Firm, yeah.
And when was that?
I think in March. I can find out for you. I think it was not purple. I think it was in March, and then as far as I know, so he linked his business accounts to our joint checking.
Okay.
So I can see all the stuff, and then wasn't in there though. The money he invested, it went to pay off Ryan's Ridge or something. I don't know where it all went.
Get the shit out your mouth, girl. I can hear
When
you.
we did mediation, I just didn't feel good about all these businesses he's in, and so I just asked for him to buy me out my half, whatever, so I don't have any responsibility in those or liability in those businesses. And so his business partner, Chris Pierce, has been buying me out from all those business divorces final. But money right now is very short for him. Like because he has everything invested and then stocks. So I know he's brought up that he's stressed about, being able to pay child support and stuff already, and he hasn't been able to pay the full amount on reimbursements for schools and stuff like that. So we're okay though, because we got bought out on those from his business partner. Like we're not stressed about money. Like I'll be okay until she goes to training to work again.
Okay.
Kindergarten.
So for him, I'm sure he's stressed out.
And when you say bought, I kind of roundabout talking about.
So because he invested 180, I believe. So I got 90,000 from Chris Pierce, who wrote me a check for that, and then he just paid me 6,000 from I think this was.
How much you gave Operation on the Railroad?
He has something. He built computer rigs or something with a partner in Utah that he has to pay me still on. So I don't think everything's been paid out yet, but that's been enough so that we feel safe and we're fine.
And is there any more money that's owed to you right now?
Yeah. So those computer rigs. There's a pest control company did with partners that went. So he owes that, and then
It's getting hard to hear.
just reimbursements he agreed to pay back on.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say I've had kids full time since July, and so he said he'd reimburse things.
You've had the children for full time since July. Is that when the divorce?
Yeah, so that's when we started mediation as a mediator. So Melanie needed a quick separation, take the kids, go get a rental, and so first or second week of May, we moved into that rental, and then he stayed in our house that is trying to sell.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's our home. That is the minute supposed to be closed on. We're just waiting on the buyer to sign all that.
And so from July to just recently, you haven't had kids.
He had them this last weekend. That was his first.
But they make it sound like it's been 8 years ago.
Mediator had set up times for him, but he said, I can't make those times. I have to go to Vegas. So I was trying to be flexible with him and say, I want to see you. So some weekends I'd let him have them during the day or whenever he could. That's available for him.
Okay.
Hey, Mommy. Yeah.
I miss my babies. Being babies,
All right. So the kids on a regular basis, but now that he has a new residence, the plan was to do the 50-50. Okay. And the divorce is final as far as you know. Just waiting on papers.
Yeah.
And is he giving support alimony?
Yes.
How much is that?
He just paid for the first $4,300, but I need to check. I don't know if that was the correct amount or not. I need to check.
Yeah, but you have a mediator to do all the, or not a mediator at that point, but you have somebody to make sure all that's going correctly, right? As far as the finances go and everybody's obeying the rules.
No, I don't know. Kind of under about that, just because he'll hold some hostage. Like I'm not paying you this until evening or whatever. So I don't have to.
Yeah, he's
I
popping.
just feel like we're okay. We have enough that I don't feel like I have to. If he chooses to not pay child support or something, like we're gonna be okay.
Shouldn't depend on it ever, right?
With our savings. So I don't know how that's enforced.
How is she living? You know?
And how do you feel about Brandon at this point? Where you guys are at with your relationship or
Before she answers that, let's just take note that Melanie has not asked how Brandon is. I mean, just saying.
where?
I don't know. I'm sad about it. I feel like
Sad.
Worried for him. I just sense like I know he's stressed about money and about everything else, but he hasn't kept his word on some of the things he said in mediation. Like he just told a ton of lies to my family. The mediator said, "Why are you talking to her family, creating this triangle? You talk to them anymore?" And then as soon as he walked out of mediation, he said, "So then talk to your family. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you're going to do what you're going to do." So it's sad. I didn't ever. I kind of feel like there was a double life going on. I feel blindsided. I feel like
Yes, ma'am.
I just didn't see all this stuff going. I was very careful last year when I started finding out things because, like, you never want to believe somebody's doing those things to you.
From whom?
But
All
I
right.
feel, just a little, just uneasy with his decisions lately, and the kids have noticed some different behaviors, and
The
I
kids.
want to make sure they're safe and that he's safe too. I still love him and been married him for 10 years. So. Yeah.
When you say he was talking to your family, even though he said he wasn't going to, who was he talking to?
To my father and my stepmother who live in Utah.
What are their names?
Steve.
I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm either going to be doing this with y'all or not. So thank
We
y'all.
have a huge family, and so I've kind of kept quiet about our divorce until we know kind of what the details are, and it hasn't even been final yet. He's kind of made it a point since he can't control me anymore, he's controlling what thinks about me by kind of saying whatever. So,
Can't control me anymore. Just,
So our current church congregation we were in, he made sure to tell everybody that I'm crazy, I think he's gay, he's not, that I'm breaking the family up, but he's the one that is petitioning for divorce and mediation. So just everything's kind of
You told him you
twisted
wanted
on
a
truth.
divorce.
So whereas I'm just trying to just make sure me and the kids are okay, I'm just gonna let everybody think what they want to think, kind of.
Who filed for divorce? You did?
Yeah.
Okay, and then who have you talked with in your family about this, or friends or anybody?
I haven't talked to, my dad sent me a bullying,
Bullying. Everybody down to get me.
saying I wasn't, which is directly from Brandon. I just kind of felt like, I asked him, I said, if you want to support us, then just let us figure it out. And they've kind of tried to come in between the middle, and then Brandon used that to his advantage because he's the only one talking to them. He's the one making
To
sure.
Steve?
Yeah, to make sure he shares information he wants to with them. And so I just kind of am like.
Aside from your kids then, do you have friends, family, church, anybody that you're communicating with? Support?
Yeah, my grandma Janice Hawks, she's in Queen Creek. She's been
Yeah, baby.
pretty, and then I have friends in Crew Station, like a health coach, a couple people. I haven't felt like a lot of people believe what he's been saying, and so a lot of people have like been kind of scared to kind of talk or anything, and so I get that when people go through divorce, it's kind of like you don't know what to say. So I've always been in it because he travels all the time. So
I like the little girl. That's why I'm probably singing. I don't know. Here, it's so cute.
So Janice's grandma, she was in Queen Creek?
Yeah,
So aside from the paperwork, divorce is final. There's nothing else that monetarily that you guys are going to get other than alimony. And then
no, he has to pay out stuff by October 1st, or maybe she extended that. So I think it's still final regardless of whether he's out. Oh, you're standing too. Huh? Oh, you're standing, huh? But yeah, I don't think there's anything we're waiting on. The house, whenever it sells, will just finalize regardless of where the divorce is at, I think. So on that, there was threats that, well, you signed the right away to the house, you're not going to get any funds. And I did all these hearings on our new home, so I got no way of knowing if these slips were in there. So I asked the title lady, and she said that there shouldn't be any quick claims or anything like that.
Before I get into the nitty gritty of why I have this meeting, should be a little more occupied with like stuffed animals.
Do you want a stuffed animal? No. What could you do? Here, do you want to watch Peppa Pig on my phone? Do you think you can sit on your blankie and I'll put that on for you? Or Paw Patrol? Oh, Paw Patrol? Stop! Get off of
I'll let you work on that for a second. I'll see if I can grab her water.
Okay, can I sit over here and you can sit here? Is that okay? Okay, here's Paw Patrol, okay? Be commercial, so you have to press skip, so don't get mad. There we go. I'm gonna sit right here, right next to you, okay? Right here.
Okay. So again, I just want to gather some of the history between you and Brandon. Tell me about your day from the moment you woke up to the moment you
So
went to bed
wherever
last
you get
night.
here.
Last night, okay. So he dropped off in the morning. At the park, we meet there, so we don't have. He had come to our house to do drop off initially, and kind of got aggressive and stormed into the house to like take something, and so I just asked if we meet at the park. It's probably better. So, went to. I don't know. What did we do? Wednesday? Did we go to Aunt Jen's house?
Did we go to Aunt Jen's house? Who
We
does
usually
that?
just go to the park, we run, sometimes we go to the gym.
The park's across the street from her house, right, Faith?
Mommy, it's not working. So I only pick up.
Oh, yeah, I could put that up, huh? I just assume everybody knows. Melani Boudreaux.
There you go.
So
I have her during the day, and then after school on Wednesdays, I pick up my others from school.
around what time?
So at 2:40 we got there, and then it takes like 3:20 to finally pick them up at ALA, and then then we went to Santana Mall and we looked at the puppies, then we played there. We're gonna go grocery shopping, but then we ordered it online through Amazon, and then we my boring life.
No.
And then we were home, we made dinner, and then went to bed. I picked my 4-year-old at Legacy, so it's across the street from us, and he goes to all-day fall break camp right now, so I picked him up at 6. And then came back, we went to bed, and then Brandon started calling me at 8:30-ish, and we were kind of already in bed at that time, so I was kind of in and out of it, and just kind of felt a little unsettled throughout the night, like, is he going to show up at my house? What's going on?
So you went to the mall yesterday. Who was with you at the mall?
They get out of 3.
That's gonna be.
Oh, we went to Jamba Juice too before that. We went to Jamba Juice, and then we went to look at puppies.
I don't
so
care.
Probably like 4-ish.
Did you have anybody else with you besides the kids?
No, just
You have any
me.
receipts?
Okay. And then eventually ordered food,
Oh,
ate
it's
at
huge.
home, went to bed. Do you remember what you did between getting grazed to picking the kids up?
I was at
We're on Paw Patrol.
So from like 2 to 2:40, we were at the park where I ran in, and I was running laps around the field while she played with the kids there.
Okay.
I don't think we went anywhere because we were gonna go to the gym, but she was like throwing a fit in the back of the car, so I was like, let's just go home. So I just
Where were you?
kind of cleaned up the kitchen and we kind of stayed home. She took a nap, and then really the only place we really went was to the park before we
Cross street?
Okay, so I spent mostly at home in the morning.
Is it the same Trace?
Okay. Did you communicate with anyone that you remember as far as any type of phone calls or text messages
Yeah.
with friends or family?
I think I called my grandma.
Good.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I can look on here. She'll let me.
We can look here in a minute.
Okay.
But I've read notes as I go because my memory's not the best. So that's
I
all.
think, it was yesterday when she was, the message was taking a picture of her getting into the plant.
And I'm okay. I'm not trying to be a bitch. But how many again, I'm not trying to be like her, but she's really masculine, and I mean she has masculine tendencies, it seems. And I remember whenever she was a kid, there's reports that she wanted to be called, I want to say AJ or Alex or both. I don't remember. And she wanted to be, dressed like a boy. And I'm not shaming her for that, but I don't know what it is about her. And it's not even the physical. I can't, there's plenty of things with her character and her personality and her actions or inactions that I can find a bitch about, but I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't know, softball team, Here, I'll liven it up. I'll liven it up for y'all. Ooh, hold on.
I don't know if I really made any calls.
Did anybody contact you yesterday, just before the evening?
Before the evening, Brandon and I don't think anyone else.
On what happened, though, we can take a look at it here in a second. Okay. All right. So the reason I ask is yesterday we responded to a call for service because somebody tried to shoot Brandon. Returned to his residence, and there's evidence to indicate this to potential, and that's why I called now. Do you have any idea about this, or anybody who would have any desire to do something like this?
I don't know. I feel sick. Like I know it's been like still. I don't know.
Paw Patrol.
Such a huge group of.
Did I do this twice?
Here.
Damn, broken.
I don't. He just has so many people.
Get her, girl. Get her.
Things about it, people he's
I'm here for it.
lately that
Just don't hurt her.
I don't know. I know he's really stressed about money right now.
She sounds stressed.
And this extends beyond him too, because of course, concerned about you and worried about this. There was evidence of a gunshot that was received to his property.
I don't want none of them blessings.
And we're really trying to rack our brains here and following as much as we can who might know something more about this.
I mean, he was doing some sort of bad business with a past uncle.
Right? That's a good idea.
And there's just don't know, like.
Who's that?
So my uncle, it's my aunt's. They were
That's
like
my uncle, bitch.
separated, but there was a case open. My uncle Charles went to my aunt Lori's house, and I guess threatening had sent lots of threats, destroy her, and then went to that house and hit.
No proof.
My other uncle who was there, kind of making my aunt kind of feel safe because he'd been sending all these texts, and so that other uncle Charles hit my uncle in the back of the head with a baseball bat. Tried to hit my
So
little
I
cousin
really
who
do.
was 15, and when he did, my uncle was concealed free, and he shot my uncle. And there was a case open in Chandler about this. There was some concerns that Brandon was talking with Charles, and it was a lot of family drama because Charles had been cheating on her for a while and was trying to say
He was not, turns out.
So I asked him, like, hey, just don't talk to Charles anymore. We want to support Lori. It's been hard for her. And he had traveled all the time for work, so he's doing life insurance. So,
What did y'all do? Sit in the damn temple? Get nannies? What the
I got
hell?
text messages and emails, I guess, between Brandon and Charles, and then Charles came over to our house before this happened, and Brandon lied about it. And so there was something weird going on with Brandon and Charles, and Brandon was very
I could say
skeptical,
so many
and not
things.
toxic a while ago. It felt just kind of fishy.
Charles put a life policy on your Lori?
Yes, that was his wife.
Okay.
At the time, but they were separated because he'd been cheating, I guess, and they had a rough go with all that going on.
And so I'm following correctly. Charles hit another uncle.
Yes, Charles hit another uncle, went to the house, got aggressive.
What's the other name? So
Yeah, so and he passed away. He was shot.
He was the one who was shot.
Yeah.
So sorry. Yeah, I agree.
Which one's the Hogapi? My other uncle.
Okay.
Who was there?
I know,
He was
Cindy.
the
I know.
with the gunman?
Yes.
It's a group effort.
So my Aunt Lori kind of felt.
Are these all biological uncles?
Just Lori and Al. Charles was married, and because he was married to Lori.
Okay,
I know,
so
sorry.
okay,
It's
so
messy.
Lori's your actual aunt.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and so my mom passed away when I was little, so I don't have a great relationship with
Paw Patrol, damn it.
great relationship with my dad. My dad came away from my mom when I was little, and there's lots of drama
Did he?
with that.
Okay.
Did he
so
though?
Lori's kind of she's been sweet and supportive, but she's, with all this going on, she's kind of had to do her own thing, and I've been dealing with my thing.
She's trying to get up on that
There
Chad.
was another person there.
Your other dad. Yeah, were you there?
Boy or girl?
Yes, Larson. Totally.
And what's
Yeah, he was. Brandon was born LDS. Allegedly, I guess. I mean, I believe so.
Yeah, and so I
But
don't.
I'm not sure.
I think it's a close thing. I don't know.
Okay.
Brandon, when Brandon found out about it, he tried to turn that whole thing and say your uncle's crazy. He just murdered Charles, and he's kind of tried to put a wedge in between me and my aunt. She's just been sweet instead of helping with the kids, been like a mom.
She's just so sweet.
And there's been some put a wedge in it, and he's done business with Charles to kind of.
So Brandon did some sort of business with
4
Charles, so we believe.
plus Ian.
No, we
So
did.
one,
He
5
invested
total.
$40,000 for some juice truck in Hawaii that just disappeared. We don't know where it went. And then Brandon
Were you gonna get a cut of the million or what?
kind of hurt our relationship for a little bit, but we realized, men are doing business, whatever. So, I don't know. Nobody I can trust. She's never lied to me. She's always
Anytime.
Been there for you.
yeah. So, I know Brandon has issues with that, and he doesn't like her for some reason. And he's
Good one, Rombo.
Charles, so.
So Charles is deceased.
I agree.
Was Ty injured or anything? Or is she?
I don't think he's injured.
Yeah.
Al got
Nothing to see here. Paw Patrol.
The other thing was, so Lori had $2 million. Charles had a life
Where?
insurance policy on him too. So they have an autistic son together, and so.
And did Barry try to
they
sell
had
it?
hard for her. She didn't get any money of the insurance. He somehow split somebody else who knows who, because they don't let you know for privacy laws.
Okay, so Charles had a life insurance policy on himself, and then
Yes.
when he died, the money went somewhere else. Okay.
No, so it's somewhere. So somebody has that.
Okay, so the money is her daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Where?
it's not
I need to
Charles'
back it
daughter,
up.
it's a
That's worth the backup. Was it far?
Another. Okay, so
who knows who. She didn't get an autistic son together, and so.
Come on, put a wedge in the
The
ass.
other thing
Okay.
was, so Lori had $2 million. Charles had a life insurance policy on him too. So they have an autistic son together, and so when everything happened, it's hard for her.
Maybe I
she
didn't
didn't
go
get
back.
any money of the insurance. He somehow split somebody else who.
Yes.
Who knows who, because they don't let you know for privacy laws.
okay, so Charles had a life insurance policy on himself,
Yeah,
and then
I
when he
agree,
died,
Zero.
the money went somewhere else. Okay.
No, so it's somewhere. So somebody has that.
Okay, so the money is
Huh.
her
Ooh.
daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not Charles's daughter. It's a past. Yeah.
It's stepdaughter.
Yes.
Bio father that Lori was with.
Yes.
Do we know what his
Your
name is?
Uncle Joe.
He had a heart attack and died. So
So it is a was.
Yeah.
Also, he has passed away. So what was his name?
Oh, God.
Okay. My father, who's ex.
No.
He had molested the kids. Al has something on his record. I think he went to jail for it. He tased him in the head. So he did go to jail for that.
Okay.
He's kind of been there for when Charles sent all those threats where he was like, I'll just see what happens. I could still get security. Just kidding. I guess it looked like when Charles went to that house with a bat or whatever, he had super red eyes or something. It looked like he maybe been on drugs.
Charles didn't go over there with a freaking bat.
There's just some vengeance.
Who's dead?
What's Al's relationship to
their brother and sister?
Brother, sister, okay.
Yeah, me too, Showbill. I'll bite my nails. Absolutely.
Right, so how does this tie back into Brandon then?
Did business with Charles. He's I don't want the kids to be around Al. And I was like, that's fine. We never see him. He drives trucks and stuff.
Whoa.
So we hardly see him anyways. But
He said, I don't want the kids to be around Al. Who said that?
he did business with Charles.
He did business with Charles. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Did business with Charles. I don't want the kids to be around Al.
I don't want the kids to be around Al.
That's fine. We never see him.
I was like, that's fine. We never see him.
He drives trucks and stuff.
He does whatever, something, drives trucks and stuff.
For business, so we hardly see him
Business,
anyways,
so we hardly see him. But
they moved out of that house, I believe, and are kind of just been like shooken up everybody, and so I kind of just
shooken up. You sound like your Aunt Summer with her redden. I hadn't redden it yet. I was like, what?
Have a fresher. And then I think that case is closed. So I just feel some paranoia or something with Brandon.
It's your paranoia, Hooker Jr.
Have a fresher. And then I think that case is closed. So I just feel some paranoia or something with Brandon. With Charles was doing business
Rightfully
with,
so.
other people, trying to family members and stuff.
Does all live together?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think she's 15 or 17, somewhere around there. So I don't know if she's in college or
Really?
she's her own thing or living at the house. I think it's hard for them, but Charles, they kind of wanted a new place.
Understandable. Do you know what that address is?
Charles wanted to move. No, it's because never mind. Y'all already know the story.
Do you know where they're living now?
Yeah, Rexburg.
No, they've kind of.
Y'all, and plus she went to Rexburg for a few days right before Alex, drove down from Rexburg to Maricopa County, took a shot at Brandon, went back. She was there. She's not mentioning that.
And I'm sure what's going on in the family. It sounds like looking for them. Lori has that feeling that
Our family is looking for them.
insurance policy on her, and so she kind of felt a threat.
Insurance policy.
Family. Her other brother, this is where it gets really complicated. So, and his
What?
for adults with Charles, they were trying to group up. Charles had sent a text to them saying, "Al's at the house. I'm going to distract him."
I was at the house. I was going to distract them. I really don't like her right now. Okay. I really don't. Maybe I shouldn't have done this.
So there was something going on. So I don't know. I don't have. I think the police.
Yeah, you don't have shit.
Like the text up between them, but there was just threats going on, and we're gonna. So you.
Yeah.
So Brandon's close with Adam,
Okay.
and he was close with Charles, and he's close with Zach.
Zach. Not
My
bad.
parents don't have any clue what's going on. They've been confused through all of this. They've just been like hearing bits and pieces. It's really confusing. Somehow things have been getting turned, but like, I mean, I know, like, I just want to make sure the kids are safe. First, she's always just been sweet and helps with the kids. Al hasn't been around a lot. When he is, he's super sweet. Adam's kind of has some vengeance against. She caught him with porn and tried to help him with the intervention. She stole something from somebody in the family, my grandma. So he has some vengeance. So that's why the Charles are like, let's, team up together or whatever.
And we're saying family. It's LDS.
Why y'all running packs?
Mormon religion, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, big time.
I don't know if this confuses you. I'm trying to just
No, this is
give
helpful.
you everything I have on it. So.
I'm trying to figure out who would be trying to shoot and kill Brandon.
Yeah.
And this adds a little bit to it. Do you have anybody in here who would actually have, that you can think of, that would actually have a reason to or want to?
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I don't know if Brandon got the life insurance money on Charles, and if there was some agreement. Like I don't know. Like there's no.
You heard that? I don't know if Brandon got the life insurance money on Charles. Remember the text from Chad to Lori? Lori says, "Oh, it's a spirit through my heart. Must have been Ned before we got rid of him." Changing the beneficiary form, and then Chad saying something about taking down the Gadiantons, whatever. Kay or Brandon. He did say Kay or Brandon. Because he's not smart. That's so not smart.
This adds a little bit to it. Do you have anybody in here who would actually have, that you can think of, that would actually have a reason to or want to harm him?
Poor baby.
I don't know if Brandon got the life insurance money on Charles.
I mean, come the F on.
And if there was some agreement, they were going to split it. Like, I don't.
Who? Him and Charles? Charles is dead. Who the hell are you talking about? Creep?
I don't know. Like, there's no way to even know where that's at. My aunt just said, it didn't go to us, so.
My aunt just said it didn't go to us, so.
JJ, now that this is all happening.
We won't be able to support JJ, so let me just off him. Tyler, you too.
Do we know how much Charles' life insurance policy was?
You do. She does.
Charles was $1 million.
Oh, wow. How many of you know your kinfolk's insurance policy amounts?
And what about Brandon's? Does he have life insurance?
Brandon
has
one with his stuff is Brenda's life insurance, and I think it's like a $200,000 one or something. I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm even I know the mediator is the one that's both that, and then the mediator asked life insurance, and when all this started happening, Brandon was like, "You need your life insurance policy." Like yesterday, a little bit. Like,
do you have one?
I'm in the process of getting one through USAA to come into the medical exam, but when all this happened, a little bit like kind of scared me. Like, I don't know. I can't believe this is like I feel like.
What you feel like?
In the dark about a lot of this stuff, and it's all just going with it.
Yeah. Do you have any contact information for?
No. All right, hold on. Hold that thought. So, I want to, I'm sitting here hiding behind the damn thing. Didn't even know it. Okay, hold on. Oh, I still am. Okay. Sorry. Let me take this thing down. Okay. All right. Y'all, I'm bothered by her. And I'm going to run that video through some kind of Audacity or something to kind of pump up the volume. I don't know how people do that. They do it on their live streams. And I'm like, what y'all using? Some magic? Anyway, so. Okay, so this is the Supplement New York Life Whole Life Insurance Policy. This is the Gilbert Police Department. And it says on 2/12/2020, Brandon Boudreaux forwarded Detective Pillar life insurance policy information concerning a New York Life whole life insurance policy, which listed Brandon as the insured. I reviewed the information, which included a statement provided by Brandon for policy number redacted. The statement showed Brandon Carlson Boudreaux as the sole insured subject, and the owners of the policy was Brandon and Melanie Lee Boudreaux. The policy was issued on 11/1/2016 with a policy death benefit of redacted. The policy was set to receive automatic payment reference payment. Okay, hold on. The policy was set to receive automatic payments reference the policy premium of, I guess I don't get it, redacted. The what the automatic payments were set to withdraw monthly from redacted account redacted. Brandon reported this account belonged to Melanie as of 2/12/20. Her account was still set up automatically with Her account was still set to automatically withdraw the premium payment. Melanie was listed as the primary beneficiary of the policy. Brandon reported following the initiation of his divorce proceedings and subsequent divorce from Melanie, he communicated with Melanie reference ceasing her payment for the life insurance policy. Brandon stated her participation and signature on a particular document was required to remove her as a beneficiary. Brandon advised as of 2/12/2020 that necessary paperwork has not been completed by Melanie. Brandon provided screen captured images of text message communications between he and Melanie. Redacted reference the life insurance policy. I feel like this person is leaving out important words like the and a and to. I don't know. Brandon reported following the initiation of his divorce proceedings and subsequent divorce from Melanie, he communicated with Melanie reference ceasing her payment for the life insurance policy. Brandon stated her participation and signature on a particular document was was required to remove her as a beneficiary. Brandon advised as of 2/12/20 that necessary paperwork has not been completed by Melanie. Brandon provided screen captured images of text message communications between he and Melanie. Redacted. I did say that. All right. On an unknown date, Melanie transmitted text messages reference canceling the auto pay from her redacted account. Reference the New York life policy. Brandon replied asking if she obtained her own life insurance policy. Melanie replied she was obtaining it through probably what she just said, USAA or whatever the hell. On an unknown date, Melanie transmitted a text message stating, quote, I just want to confirm that NY life insurance won't come out of my redacted for September. It came out August 5th for redacted. On 10/8, so this is 5 days after that interview we were watching, and 6 days after Brandon was shot at, Brandon transmitted a text message to Melanie stating that he could not cease the payments from her account without her and offered to send the necessary form to her. There was no apparent reply from Melanie. On 10/9, this is the day they took a shot at Tammy too, Brandon transmitted another text stating, I'll assume you don't want the form, so the insurance will continue to come out of your account. There was no apparent reply from Melanie. Brandon provided the contact information for his insurance broker, Jade Thelen or something. I contacted Jade by telephone, who explained the policy Brandon and Melanie initiated in 2016 listed both of them as owners of the policy. Jade said this was unusual, but because of the designation, it required both Brandon and Melanie's approval to cancel or alter the policy. Jade said this could simply be done by Melanie signing the necessary form. Jade stated when Brandon originally contacted him to remove Melanie from the policy, he provided Brandon with the proper form. Jade was aware Brandon had been having difficulty obtaining the signed form from Melanie. Incidents. Jade confirmed at the time of our telephone contact, Melanie was listed as the beneficiary of the policy. So who said this? Jade. Okay. Jade confirmed that at the time of our policy, Jade confirmed at the time of our telephone contact, Melanie was listed as the beneficiary of the policy and automatic withdrawals would still occur from the redacted account. Okay. Brandon Boudreaux had also provided the name of his landlord and telephone number identified as Elizabeth Lisa Collins. I contacted Lisa via her cell phone, who later able to provide a copy of Brandon's original lease agreement for his residence at redacted East Phelps Street in Gilbert. The lease agreement showed the lease began on September 23rd, 2019. Brandon was shot at in front of his residence on October 2nd, 2019. Brandon also provided a screen captured image of a text message from Melani Boudreaux dated 9/17/2019. Melanie asked Brandon for his new address, to which he replied by providing redacted East Phelps Street, Gilbert, Arizona, 85295. Redacted South Quinn Avenue in Gilbert. So this was their house that they sold, I think. A search of the recorded documents of the Maricopa County Recorder found record redacted. This was the deed to Brandon and Melanie's former residence at redacted South Quinn Avenue in Gilbert. The document showed Brandon and Melanie closed on the residence on October 1st, 2019, with the new owners signing the document on 10/3, the same day Brandon got shot at. So, yeah. That'll be another time. Anyways, it's been almost 3 hours. It's 2.5 hours, but I don't know. I started out with, I don't know. Let me finish this because I did bring it up. Oh, it's over here. You know me. You know me, Mel. That's what they always say. You know me. So it says analysis of pretrial evidentiary motions in state of Arizona versus Lori Vallow Daybell. So this is in Brandon, the upcoming case, the upcoming trial. If I can read, if not, I'm going to give up. Introduction, pretrial evidentiary battles in state versus Lori Vallow Daybell, the Boudreaux case. Overview, the legal proceedings surrounding Lori Vallow Daybell continue in Arizona with her upcoming trial in Maricopa County Superior Court. Case number CR 2020, is that right? 003327. In this matter, Lori Vallow Daybell faces charges of conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux, the former husband of her niece, Melanie Palowski. This prosecution represents LVD's second criminal trial in Arizona, following her conviction on April 22, 2025, for conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. The Boudreaux trial is scheduled to commence in late May or early June 2025, June 2nd, I think. Focus. This report provides an in-depth legal analysis of two significant pretrial evidentiary issues anticipated in the Boudreaux case, stemming from motions and notices filed by the state, represented by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office and specifically Prosecutor Treena Kay. That's a lot to say. The primary issues under examination are 1, the state's notice of intent. Okay, so that's what NOI stands for. Filed April 11, 2025, to introduce evidence of LVD's other crimes, wrongs, or acts pursuant to Arizona Rule of Evidence 404B, arguing such evidence is admissible to establish the elements of conspiracy and premeditation related to the alleged attempt on Boudreaux's life. Okay, that was my query. The state's declared intention to utilize LVD's prior criminal convictions, specifically her triple murder and conspiracy convictions from Idaho and her recent Arizona conviction related to Charles Vallow, for impeachment purposes under Arizona Rule of Evidence 609, should Lori Vallow Daybell elect to testify in her own defense. So the significance, it says, the judicial rulings on the admissibility of evidence under Rules 404B and 609 will be critically important. These rulings will substantially define the scope of evidence presented to the jury, thereby influencing the trial's narrative, the strategies employed by both the prosecution and the defense, and potentially the ultimate verdict. The significance of these evidentiary determinations is amplified by the fact that Lori is proceeding pro se. Lucky us, huh? Representing herself in these complex legal matters. Case context, this is number 2. The case context, the Brandon Boudreaux incident and prior adjudications. The alleged attempt on Brandon Boudreaux. The charges in Maricopa County Superior Court case number stem from an incident on October 2nd, 2019. On that date, Brandon Boudreaux reported being shot at while driving home in Gilbert, Arizona. The shots missed him, and he was physically unharmed. At the time, Boudreaux was the husband of Lori's niece, Melanie Palowski, formerly Melani Boudreaux. Law enforcement authorities believe the shooter was Lori's brother, Alexander Cox. The vehicle allegedly used in the shooting was identified as a Jeep Wrangler, which had previously been driven by Lori's daughter, Tylee Ryan, before her disappearance and subsequent confirmed death. Can you go tell Lori again? Anyways, Alex Cox died on December 12, 2019, reportedly from dying on the toilet. Reportedly from natural causes, blood clots. As a result, Cox was never formally charged in connection with the Boudreaux shooting incident. But I do remember, and I saw it this morning again, Justin Lum had tweeted out on November 17, 2021. See, I don't know where this comes from. And I don't know where my brain does this. When I need it, it doesn't show up for me. Okay, so November 17, 2021, they said that if Alex would have been alive, he would have been arrested. So at this time. So, all right. As a result, Cox was never formally charged in connection with the Boudreaux shooting incident. Lori has pleaded not guilty to the charge of conspiring to murder Boudreaux. Connection to broader case. The Boudreaux shooting did not occur in isolation. It is chronologically situated amidst a series of deaths and disappearances involving Lori, her husband Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox. Understanding this timeline is crucial for contextualizing the state's arguments regarding conspiracy and plan under Rule 404B. Table 1, chronological timeline of events and convictions. So it says July 11th, 2019 for Charles Vallow's Lori convicted, Cox not charged initially, Lori later charged with conspiracy, and then freaking convicted. Anyways, September 8, 2019, Tylee Ryan, Lori's daughter, 16, last seen alive, Yellowstone National Park. Lori, key actors implicate Lori, Alex, and Chad. And it says legal status outcome, missing person. September 9, 2019, Alex Cox's phone pings on Chad's property. Okay, what is this about? Okay, September 22nd, 23rd. I wonder why they're doing this. Anyways, October 2nd, 2019, attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, Lori's niece's then husband. Gilbert, Arizona, Lori and Alex Cox. Subject of current Arizona trial. Lori charged with conspiracy, Cox deceased. October 9, 2019, attempted shooting, Rexburg, Idaho. Alex Cox is a suspect, investigated as part of Tammy Daybell murder conspiracy. And this was a shooting / paintball, oh my God, incident involving Tammy Daybell. October 19th, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell's wife, dies, initially ruled natural causes, later deemed asphyxiation in Rexburg. Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell. homicide, Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell, later charged and convicted. This is a lot. November 5th, 2019, Lori marries Chad in Kauai. Marriage occurred weeks after Tammy Daybell's death. Late November 2019, police conduct a welfare check on JJ Vallow. Lori and Chad Daybell leave Idaho for Hawaii. I'm getting tired. Okay, what is this? Triggered. What the hell? Hold on, got to see what it means. God dang. I don't know what triggered means. Triggered, formal, missing. Oh, okay. So this welfare check triggered a formal missing persons investigation for JJ and Tylee. Alex Cox dies on December 12th. Ruled natural causes, blood clots, though investigation remained open. Okay, so February 20th, 2020, Lori arrested in Hawaii on charges of desertion and non-support in Kauai, Hawaii. Initial charges related to children's disappearance. June 9, 2020, remains of Tylee and JJ Vallow discovered on Chad's property, Rexburg. Lori and Chad led to murder charges. Chad Daybell arrested, convicted. Can we put those in there? Anyways, May 25th, 2021, Lori and Chad Daybell indicted in Idaho murders for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy Daybell. Formal murder and conspiracy charges filed. May 12, 2023, Lori found guilty in Idaho murders of Tylee and JJ, conspiracy for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. Ada County, Lori Vallow Daybell convicted on all major counts. I don't want to do all these. Let me just pick them out. May 30th, Chad was convicted on all the murder charges in Idaho. June 1st, Chad Daybell sentenced to death, June 1st, 2024. Sentence for Idaho convictions. Lori found guilty, April 22nd, 2025. Convicted in first Arizona trial. Sentencing deferred. May 2025. This is the new trial. For conspiracy to commit murder. Brandon Boudreaux scheduled to begin. Okay, so pending trial. All right. The doomsday belief system, central to the prosecution's theory across all related cases, is the fringe religious belief system allegedly espoused by Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell. This system reportedly includes concepts such as individuals being possessed by dark spirits or becoming zombies, whose original souls had departed, leaving the body occupied by a malevolent entity. Testimony and documents suggest Lori and Chad Daybell believed they were chosen figures destined to lead righteous followers, 144,000, after an impending apocalypse. Critically, this belief system allegedly provided justification for eliminating individuals deemed dark or zombies, including Charles Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and JJ Vallow, and Tammy. The state's pre-trial filings indicate an intention to argue that Brandon Boudreaux was similarly labeled as dark or a zombie within this framework, providing a motive for the alleged conspiracy to murder him. Lori's prior convictions, that's this next point. By the time the Boudreaux trial commences, Lori will stand before the court as a convicted individual in multiple jurisdictions for exceptionally serious crimes. These prior adjudications are directly relevant to the state's Rule 609 motion. It says Idaho convictions, May 12, 2023. Lori was found guilty by an Idaho jury of the first-degree murders of her children, Tylee and JJ, and conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell's former wife. She was also convicted of grand theft related to collecting Social Security benefits for the children after their deaths. On July 31st, 2023, she received multiple sentences of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She actually has 5 life sentences. I've heard 5, 3, and I'm like, which one is it? Okay. But KSL had something in key takeaways the other day, and I was like, I thought it was 5, If it is or not, it doesn't matter. Anyways, Arizona conviction, April 22nd, 2025. An Arizona jury found Lori guilty of conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Lori stipulated to certain aggravating factors following the verdict, but requested that sentencing be deferred until after the conclusion of the Boudreaux trial. If anybody knows the judge, ask him why we're not bringing up the aggravating factors that the kids, it was done in the presence of children, whether we don't know if they were there or not. I'm not a witch like my aunt, so I don't be doing stuff like that. Anyways, number 3, state's motion, admissibility of quote unquote other acts under Arizona Rule of Evidence 404B. The state's notice of intent, NOI, to introduce evidence of Lori's other acts under Arizona Rule of Evidence 404B is a pivotal pretrial matter. This rule governs the complex area of using a defendant's past conduct as evidence in a current criminal trial. Oh, please. Okay, A, legal framework. Arizona Rule 404B. Arizona Rule of Evidence 404B, which largely mirrors its federal counterpart, establishes specific parameters for the admissibility of evidence concerning a person's prior conduct. General prohibition, Rule 404B1. The cornerstone of Rule 404B is its prohibition against using evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts for the purpose of proving a person's character to show that they acted in conformity with that character on a particular occasion. This is commonly known as the prohibition against, quote, propensity evidence, unquote. In essence, the state cannot argue that because Lori Vallow Daybell was involved in prior criminal acts, she possesses a character trait, example, murderous propensity, that makes it more likely she committed the crime charged in the Boudreaux case. The rationale is to prevent convictions based on perceived bad character, really, rather than on evidence specific to the charged offense, thus avoiding undue prejudice. Permitted uses, exceptions for Rule 404B2. Despite the general prohibition, Rule 404B2 carves out crucial exceptions. Evidence of other acts may be admissible if offered for a specific, relevant, non-propensity purpose. The rule provides a non-exhaustive list of such permitted purposes. Quote, proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, which talks about knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident, unquote. To invoke this exception, the prosecution must clearly articulate the specific non-propensity purpose for which the evidence is being offered. Notice requirement for Rule 404B3. In criminal cases, the rule imposes the strict notice requirement on the state. If the prosecution intends to offer 404B evidence, it must disclose this intention to the defendant in writing. This disclosure must typically be made no later than 45 days before the final trial setting. Although the court may allow later notice for good cause. The notice must specify the particular acts the state intends to introduce. The permitted purpose is under 404B2 for which the evidence is offered, and the reasoning supporting that purpose. Following the state's disclosure, the defendant has a specified period, typically 20 days, to disclose any rebuttal evidence pertaining to those acts. The user query, that's me, confirms the state filed its NOI, notice of intent, regarding 404B evidence in the Boudreaux case on April 11, 2025. Okay, so it goes to Rule 403 balancing. Critically, even if evidence of other acts is deemed relevant for a permitted purpose under Rule 404B2, it is not automatically admissible. The evidence must still survive scrutiny under Arizona Rule of Evidence 403. Rule 403 grants the court discretion to exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, too late, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. This balancing test acts as a final gatekeeper, ensuring that evidence, even if technically admissible under 404B, does not unfairly compromise the trial process. Freaking, oh my God, we're only right here. Can I just give you all the link? Prosecution's argument, Treena Kay. So based on the user, that's me, and supporting materials, the prosecution led by Treena Kay intends to leverage Rule 404B to introduce significant evidence from Lori's past actions and associated circumstances into the Boudreaux trial. Stated purpose. The explicit purpose stated by the prosecution for seeking admission of Lori's other acts is to establish conspiracy and premeditation in the alleged plot to murder Brandon Boudreaux. These purposes align with the exceptions listed in Rule 404B2, particularly quote-unquote plan, intent, motive, and potentially identity, if arguing a common scheme or modus operandi. I like that little word, that little phrase. The state aims to demonstrate that the attempt on Brandon was not a random act, but part of a larger ongoing criminal agreement and a deliberately planned action. I hope this helps with the RICO, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, right? Do y'all think I have a chance with the RICO thing? I don't know. I go back and forth. Okay. Where am I at? All right. Specific other acts, evidence. The state's notice of intent likely encompasses a range of evidence drawn from the interconnected events surrounding Lori. The overarching conspiracy, evidence detailing the alleged conspiracy involving Lori, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox. How can they use them? I'm so confused by that. To identify and eliminate individuals perceived as obstacles to their relationship. Financial goals or perceived divine mission. This establishes Boudreaux was purportedly targeted by, the zombie belief system. There you go. Testimony and communications related to the specific belief system that labeled individuals, including Charles Vallow, Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and allegedly Brandon Boudreaux as dark, possessed, or zombies. I'm going to say Tammy. I don't know why it does that. Who needed to be killed. This evidence is crucial for establishing motive, why Boudreaux was targeted, and intent, that the goal was elimination based on this belief. Pattern of using Alex Cox. Evidence demonstrating a pattern where Alex Cox was allegedly utilized to carry out violent acts directed by or conspired with Lori Vallow Daybell, specifically the fatal shooting of Charles Vallow and the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. This supports the elements of plan, preparation, and potentially identity through a consistent method, modus operandi. Prior adjudicated acts. The state will almost certainly seek to introduce details surrounding Lori Vallow Daybell's recent conviction for conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow. This conviction occurring in the same jurisdiction, Arizona, and involving Lori Vallow Daybell and Alex Cox just months before the Boudreaux incident, is highly probative of an ongoing plan and conspiracy. The state might also seek to introduce aspects of the Idaho convictions related to the conspiracy involving Tylee, JJ, and Tammy to further illustrate the scope and nature of the alleged criminal enterprise. Oh, there's my word. There's my word. I need to highlight that. That's a good word for me. for the exposure. All right. Analysis of admissibility. The admissibility of the proffered 404B evidence will depend on the court's application of the rule's requirements and the Rule 403 balancing test. Oh my God. It's like math, but law. Anyways. Relevance and permitted purpose. The prosecution presents a compelling argument that the other acts, evidence the other acts evidence is directly relevant to proving essential elements of the Boudreaux conspiracy charge, specifically the existence of an agreement conspiracy, Lori Vallow Daybell's intent, her motive, and the premeditated nature of the plan, rather than simply showing that she has a propensity for crime. The common threads of the bizarre belief system, the recurring cast of alleged of conspirators, Lori, Chad, Daybell, and Alex, the temporal proximity of the events, July through October of 2019. Yeah. Yeah. And the similar nature of the alleged acts, targeting perceived obstacles / enemies for elimination. That's wild. Just strongly support admissibility under the permitted purpose of plan, motive, intent, and establishing the overarching conspiracy. Is there a summary on here? Is this even helping y'all? I don't even know if it's legit. I know. I like that it's showing up, you know? I know. I've heard this. Robinette, she always tells us about, well, is it the succubus? We hear this, the succubus and Jezebel. I forget. It's like a couple. Oh, yeah. I want to, there was a picture that, grabbed from one of the Facebook groups. It's really bad. Let's see. Let me show it to you real quick. Look at that snarling. But it's so bad. It's such a bad, not just of her because she's a wench, but it's just not a good quality picture. So I was like, holy crap. Do you see that shit? That's you can see the demons, man. You can see the demons. I mean, that's, oh my gosh. Scoot over. Thank you. It's wild. Oh, don't look at her too long. Like, I don't know. That is so creepy. Anyways. Thanks. I need to take a break anyways for a second. All right. The Rule 403 hurdle. The most significant barrier to admission is Rule 403. Evidence detailing Lori Vallow Daybell's involvement in the murders of her own children and the conspiracy to kill Tammy Daybell and Charles Vallow is extraordinarily prejudicial. Is it? The defense, Lori acting pro se, will undoubtedly argue that the inflammatory nature of this evidence creates an unacceptable risk that the jury will be overwhelmed by emotion. And yeah, because she's so special, right? And convict Lori based on her past actions, regardless of the specific evidence related to the Boudreaux charge. The prejudice, the defense will argue, substantially outweighs any probative value the evidence might have for the limited purposes allowed under 404B. The court must meticulously weigh this risk. Can the jury realistically hear evidence of child murder and compartmentalize it? Lori does. Using it only to assess Lori Vallow Daybell's motive or plan regarding Boudreaux? That is a good question. This is the critical question the judge must answer. The likely outcome is predicting judicial rulings is inherently uncertain. So that's a disclaimer. However, given the state's entire theory hinges on the existence of a single overarching conspiracy driven by a unique belief system, it is difficult to see how the prosecution could effectively present its case regarding Boudreaux without referencing the context provided by the other related acts. The conspiracy between the alleged targeting of Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux are particularly strong. Same jurisdiction, same alleged shooter acting with Lori Vallow Daybell, similar time frame, alleged similar motives based on dark status. Therefore, there is a substantial likelihood that the court will find at least some of the proffered 404B evidence admissible, particularly the evidence related to the Charles Vallow conspiracy and the shared belief system used to identify targets. The court will, so you just have to be adversarial? I mean, basically. The court will likely provide limiting instructions to the jury. Oh my gosh. Directing them to consider the evidence only for the specific non-propensity purposes articulated by the state. Rule 404C2, reference to instructions provides precedent. The recent conviction regarding Charles Vallow serves as particularly potent 404B evidence due to its direct links to the Boudreaux case. Yeah. Melanie even blocked, I don't know why I brought this up, but Melanie blocked Charles's phone from, like, it would go into a mailbox in the phone of Brandon's. It's wild. She's saying he's a control freak. She's over there blocking people, blocking Charles from calling her husband. Just throwing that in there. Implications of Rule 404B evidence. The court's ruling on the 404B motion carries profound implications for the trial's narrative and strategy. Framing the narrative. Allowing the 404B evidence enables the prosecution to construct a powerful, cohesive narrative. Instead of presenting the Boudreaux shooting as an isolated incident, perhaps motivated by a family dispute, the state can portray it as a calculated step within a broader, sinister criminal enterprise. Oh, sinister criminal enterprise. If anybody knows about the far more dark, far more sinister thing, I'm just saying. I didn't write this. All right, this enterprise, the narrative suggests, was fueled by a dangerous ideology and executed by a core group, Lori, Chad, Alex, who systematically targeted individuals deemed obstacles. Without this context, explaining Lori's alleged motive and the premeditated nature of the conspiracy against Boudreaux becomes significantly more challenging. The other acts evidence provides the necessary backdrop, the alleged belief system identifying Boudreaux as dark, the established pattern of eliminating such individuals, and the pre-existing conspiracy. This transforms the narrative from a simple attempted shooting into a documented instance of a larger pattern, directly supporting the conspiracy and premeditation elements the state must prove. Yeah, I'm getting lightheaded. Strategic timing of notice of intent. The prosecution's decision to file the notice of intent under Rule 4. Oh, God. Scared me. Donna, you here? Oh. Well, I don't want to make you come up here if you're not. I see you, but I don't want to drag you in here if you're not ready. The prosecution's decision to file the notice of intent under Rule 404B on April 11, 2025, 10 days before the jury returned a guilty verdict against Lori Vallow Daybell in the Charles Vallow conspiracy trial on April 22nd, reveals a calculated and confident prosecutorial strategy. This timing indicates the state anticipated the guilty verdict and planned immediately to use that conviction as powerful other acts, evidence, in the subsequent Boudreaux trial. The Charles Vallow conviction is exceptionally relevant 404B evidence for the Boudreaux case, given the shared participants, Lori and Al, the Arizona jurisdiction, the alleged common motive, eliminating obstacles based on belief system or the affair, and the close temporal proximity, July 2019 Vallow shooting, October 2019 Boudreaux shooting. Filing the notice of intent preemptively allowed the state to formally signal its intent and seamlessly integrate this highly damaging conviction into its Boudreaux trial strategy the moment the verdict was rendered, reinforcing the argument of a continuous planned criminal course of conduct. The zombie belief as motive. The specific allegation that Brandon Boudreaux was identified within the group's belief system as being dark or a zombie serves as a critical link connecting the Boudreaux case to the others under Rule 404B, specifically for the permitted purpose of proving motive. This label directly mirrors the justifications reportedly offered for targeting Charles Vallow and Lori's children, Tylee and JJ. Rule 404B explicitly allows evidence demonstrating motive, presenting evidence that Boudreaux was categorized similarly to other victims, providing a specific, albeit disturbing motive that is consistent across multiple alleged targets of this group. Okay. This strengthens the argument that the attempt on Boudreaux was driven by the same rationale as the other acts. Is this boring to y'all? Because I don't want to be boring, y'all. Making the evidence relevant to explain why he was targeted, which is a motive, not merely to suggest Lori Vallow Daybell has a tendency towards violence propensity. Well, that sure is not going to do her well at sentencing either. Just All right. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. About a minute. You will see the evil in that one. Is it the one I just showed? Or is it another one? It is boring. Oh, it's not boring? All right. It's like strategies. I mean, that it is good for that. AI or Chat GPT is good for that. Just kind of, I don't know what the hell. I don't know a strategy for law. It's different. Okay. Ew. She looks high. Here, so I don't have to upload it. Look at her. Yikes. She's like Bon Kui Kui. We're gonna call her Bon Kui Kui. My foot's asleep. Donna, you want to come up, or are you just hanging out? I don't mind visiting. Would love to. The typos, my vision is poor. I don't see it right away, right?
I'm in here now.
You are?
I'm in here, but without my. It's okay. I was just going to say, yeah, it's a good time to talk about damn Melanie Boudreaux, Palowski, because she is really, Boudreaux. Because
you heard it here first.
It's just unbelievable. Every time I hear about her, I notice something different, awful about her. And
just now, I mean, I know we've all listened to these things, right? But just now, that particular part where she's like, I don't know if Brandon got the life insurance for Charles and they had a plan. I'm like, what? Are you high? I wish that they were. Because, like I said, it would explain the dumb ass that flows off of
She counts on people not to check out her story. She counts on that guy to not know anything or not check out her story by giving things like gay things and drug things. And I heard that bad people do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's just my gut. I don't know. I saw it in a vision in the temple, and I don't know. I just have a bad feeling because he's all paranoid.
Who takes a baby to the police station?
Melanie.
I mean, really, that's just a bad idea, y'all.
I legit looked this up in my Chat GPT. I'm like, what could the implications be if, and I explained the situation, and I'm gonna try and look for it. Go ahead. I'm just right here. I'm gonna look for it. I know, huh?
Well, I am really glad that you did go over that, because it lets you know how the law views bringing in this information that to us seems like it should be in. Due process is a mess, isn't it? I mean, really and truly. But it's important. It's important if it's you. It doesn't seem like it's important when it's these other people. But
right.
But it is the laws, and so. But boy, these criminals really know how to use due process more than anybody, don't they?
Yes, they do. They do. So bad. Okay, this is a timeline. Ooh.
And I said that again. You know, Lori does not pay any attention to timelines or deaths or anything. It's just like saying that Charlie and JJ were there the same day when they died the same day. Like, well, you know, I mean, there's like proof of that, but that just goes right over. She don't have no, she's like, it's like Pulp Fiction in a bad dream. It's like in the middle and at the end and all over the place.
That's a good summer. That's a good analogy right there. It's so bizarre. But you know, I was thinking too that whomever interviews her needs to hold her accountable and just go toe to toe with her and just hit her with the damn evidence, you know, because because she needs to be stunned with it or something. I don't know.
If your child committed suicide after killing your other child, you would call the police, you'd call an ambulance, you call everybody, and you wouldn't just say, hey, y'all do with them.
Let me go get married.
And be
Let me
surprised that
y'all's
somebody
money.
cremated, did a self-cremation out in the yard.
Yeah. Why? Because Tylee wanted to be cremated. So it's the same logic behind like when Summer said that she couldn't talk to Lori because Lori was in jail. And I was just like, you can talk to her all the live long day. It's her problem and your problem if y'all can't talk about what you need to talk about. Shouldn't be doing no shady shit. You know, like it's like saying
keeping her out of trouble was more important than the children's well-being is what that was about.
Well, I mean, we turned out that the children didn't matter anyways.
But I know, but if it had, that's what I'm saying, that the children's well-being, when she first came onto this, it was like, well, she can't talk to us because she don't want to incriminate my ass. Where are the kids?
Right. Do what your mama said. Hold up a damn paper. Right.
God bless.
They don't too much make sense. They don't make sense at all. Very nonsensical. I don't understand them. I try. I give it a try. So I haven't found it
and
yet.
sure, she had a story, and they can all say, well, Lori told us he was cheating, and Lori said, but they all knew she was. They all knew she was a manipulative liar before this ever happened. They all knew it, but they put up with it because it was easier to let her have her way and act crazy than it was to cross up with her.
And because she was like the money she would go and like procure men with money. I mean, for the latter part, you know, who would pay all their damn bills. Bothers me, you know. I hate that.
But they were not having relations. They were just best friends until after they got married.
That's why I say it's James and Elena that were boinking. Okay. James and Elena were getting it on, loin to loin, butt to butt, whatever the hell. Stupid.
Gross.
And Lori and Chad were just BFFs. Okay. And yet she's surprised. It's so, oh my God. Just like her mission changed, she tailored it to her situation. and then here we are. Go ahead.
And everyone want us to believe they were raised so pure and so angels. They didn't do nothing until they got married. They just went down to the temple. They were angels. And then suddenly they had a best friend that besides going to the temple was sneaking around having affairs. How did that fool with their heads? Not at all. It don't look like.
No, there's psychopaths.
It would be. I mean, even if it wasn't a church friend, if you had a group of friends and suddenly one of them was like sneaking around and using you as an excuse. No, I was with Patty or Sunny or instead of with him. And they're, agreeing to it. That just does not work out. I mean, nobody likes to be used as an excuse for somebody lying about crap.
No. But it's like they don't. I don't know. I'm sitting here pretending like they have a conscience or something.
It's crazy because they pretend they have a conscience. They pretend they're so sensitive that they can't drink coffee or
Yeah, but they tearing up the freaking Red Bulls in the.
Look at me, I'm Sandra D.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Woo.
Right. I'm glad you popped on here. Yo, what I'll do is I'll just share a link with that. I'm about talked out with that thing.
I wonder if she got jailhouse tattoos on her eyes, like her eyebrows. I wonder if she'd really have to trust another bitch to do that, wouldn't she? In there, but she may have had eyebrow. She probably had eyebrow tattoos before she went in there.
Possibly.
But we just didn't notice it because she kept them up before.
And, Trace right here, she says, isn't it wild that Joe Ryan was a successful, wealthy man with a big, beautiful house when he met Lori? And by the time she was done with him, he died alone in a little apartment with nothing. It's so sad. I actually ran across some pictures from his Facebook of Tylee. And, I was looking at those this morning. And I remember the house that they built or whatever, or hearing. I didn't remember it. I didn't know them. But hearing about how Lori stayed in that damn house until she couldn't no more. Like, she's she's a squatter. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where we're at. She is a effing squatter. And she bleeds the beast, all right. She definitely goes with that system. She's doing it now. She's exploiting the judicial system. Everything. So gross.
And what do we think?
Janelle says that's what Audrey said. She was the go-between. They used her.
Flying monkey with a better name.
I don't know, Carolyn A. Can we sign a petition where don't let her ask? Yeah. It's just one more trial. We've 3 down. Okay, 3 down. We've done this together, plus Chad's. So, I mean, geez, we've been through some damn trials. Literally trials. Yeah. But this, what's bad is this seems like the easy part compared to, real life, like the victims and the way they were found and all the things. This is like just a walk in the park. Honestly. I'm tired of watching all these witnesses minimize everything. Thank you. When will somebody else be charged? Here we are 6 years later. I don't think it's gonna. I'm trying to keep my bar low. I don't even have one anymore. So I think it's just best that way.
Also, people who get by with things like this are emboldened to do it again. So we haven't seen the last of these people, even if they don't get charged in this. I am afraid to tell you.
Yeah. No, that's exactly why. And I mean, that's another reason, because people are asking, why are y'all doing another trial? And I'm just like, to get the whole damn picture, first off, these are all separate crimes. Just like Judge Boyce, he sentenced Lori for 3 consecutive life sentences for, Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, because they were on 3 separate occasions. So he did it consecutively. And I thought that was giving it to her, And so,
and also, if one of these fell through, the other ones would pick up. Like if she were to somehow get by with one of these things on a appeal, the other ones would still keep her damn in the jail.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, THX. Yeah, I agree with you, Donna. But they say Lori doesn't have the depth to genuinely believe in anything. Everything is an exploitation, a calculation, a strategy. I believe this. Yes, that is very common denominator. Like, and I mean, this is me. I researched Tim Ballard. I researched these kind of people. Lori Chad, I would say Melanie Gibbs up in there. Melanie Palowski, definitely some whatevers. I'm not a doctor, so, which, I mean, right? I'm not a doctor, so I cannot actually diagnose anybody, but I can take some ganders at it, right? Anyways, they're dark. They're just dark. Carl the juror. Yeah. What was it he said that I was going to mention? His thing about the conspiracy. He's like, well, that didn't point to conspiracy and this didn't point to conspiracy. And I was like, the fact that the shot came out the gun and into the body of Charles Vallow, that's a conspiracy to kill. Like, I know, I guess it's just a different way of looking at it. I don't know if I'm odd or am I thinking, because I'm like, without all these other factors, I mean, okay, without the actual act of the deed, the act of killing, if Alex would have shot water out of the gun, then we wouldn't be talking conspiracy to kill, we'd be talking, whatever. But so I guess, I don't know. I guess it's for, I don't know. I could be wrong. And I'm just getting way too in the weeds right this second. So, I feel like I go way deep thought on it. He was making excuses for her. And that's why we're kind of here in the first place. Honestly, is people making excuses for and feeling sorry for somebody who didn't feel sorry for her own children, still does not feel sorry for her own children or her victims. She feels sorry for herself. There's plenty of people feeling sorry, or there's plenty of Lori feeling sorry for herself. She only loves herself. So toxic positivity. Nephi, them damn Nephi texts, Heather. Remember, here's just positive affirmation or whatever. Oh my God. This woman is wild. I'm ready for her to go away. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's just those two jurors, right?
Always
Besides the one
remember,
lady.
Jesus said to find joy in every situation. God bless her.
Yeah, that's that everlasting joy she's talking about, in my opinion. Why do I keep doing this? Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Confederacy, against the election, against America, against that who you have declared to be in the White House. We break it up in the name of Jesus. We lose confusion into every demonic confederacy directed right now at this election, directed
Wild.
specifically at the 6 states. We come against people that are
Her
working
boobs look like they're down to her
right
ankles.
now with demonic confederacies and secrecies and demonic plans and networks. We break it up and we command that it be exposed right now in the name of Jesus. Strike and strike. The angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa
Speaking
right now.
of
They're coming
pornography,
here. They're coming here.
I don't know
In
what the
name
hell
of
she's
Jesus,
doing.
from South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa.
We're having church.
From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic
This is
reinforcement.
Lori and herself.
Angelic reinforcement.
Jazzercise mixed with proselytizing.
For I hear
Oh,
the
don't
sound
listen
of
to that.
victory.
Blah, blah, blah.
I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of
What is that
victory.
dude making
I
laps
hear
on
the
the
sound
damn
of
stage?
victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound
Oh
of
my God, this
victory.
is long.
I hear the sound of victory.
Amen. All right. Sorry about that. And I'm not into yelling church either. That juror made me realize that people are not seeing the world the same. That is a very good way of, that's a very good way of putting that, I think. Yeah. You're just like, yeah, no. How'd you get there? I mean, whatever. I'm just being critical. I don't know. He's an odd duck for sure.
I guess he wanted to see the paper like contract between them saying that we're going to conspire together to do
That
this
doesn't
thing.
really happen. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't, but there was actually that text was actually showing that they had made these plans before they got rid of him, and so there was actual. Of course, if anybody was paying attention to the damn praying for him to die, that's that seems like that would be part of it.
THX, I finally had picked up on it. I didn't see your comment though, so yeah, he was just doing laps around the damn stage. I'm sorry.
Looked like he was lost or something. I was like, why is
he was
he there?
jazzercising and he was cooling down. I don't know.
I can see me like wandering into something like that.
It is the Paula that people talk about. It's Paula White. I don't know. I've been watching those things too by the Good Girl YouTube channel.
Telltale
the juror
talks about
doesn't
that
understand
too,
the
I
law.
think.
Carl's pupils were very pinned, probably why he kept nodding off in court. Sorry. Holy crap. I put Donna to sleep.
I think, well, everybody, I think there's something matter with me about that. But Carl, if he's not he's part of some kind of cult. I don't know what. I had pinpointed what he's part of, but he's definitely got some, because he's like, I don't have friends. I don't like to talk to people. I thought they were okay, but I don't want to eat with them.
But I didn't want to make eye contact or look over at the victim's family but then wants to know more about the case, but then wants to be at Brandon's trial. I'm like, what? I'm not following. But you didn't want to be a part of this, but you're going to go to Brandon's trial.
I hope he gets medication before the next trial and don't stir up shit down there too.
I'm not attacking him. I'm not. I'm just stating some really odd things.
I'm sorry, M. Taylor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I apologize.
She's my aunt, if that is anything.
Well, I just want to say that it is a very good thing when anybody will be a juror, because it's a big sacrifice. It's doing a service for the country. A lot of people try to get out of it, and he did not. So you're correct to get on me about it, and I appreciate it. And you know what? I'm the kind of person who can take feedback, and I'm going to take that and do better.
Right? Oh my gosh.
I am.
I don't quite
feel
understand.
bad about it now.
I don't, because whatever. Nobody's attacking. I mean, attacking would be like doing what Lori and Summer and people like that do.
Well, I guess I was thinking I had said out loud the other things I thought. So
yeah, we speak really freely here, so we don't.
It's a little hyperbole about maybe him, but he did strike me as a little odd. And but then again, we don't know what the other 10 or 9 people, because they were too chicken to talk.
But then again, you know what? Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to call them chicken. That wasn't right. They want their privacy.
My thing is but what if? I don't know. There's just a weird. That's what struck me first was the comment about. I don't even want to repeat it because I don't want the conviction to not stick. So,
we know what the comment was.
Right. Everybody knows because everybody ridiculed. everybody heard it. And anyways. Yeah. So it's not very good if it doesn't stick, or I don't know. I can't think like that. I hope not.
It would probably be better if jurors did wait a minute to speak. And also these reporters, they know what they're doing. I mean, I'm not saying if I had been there, I might have been running down the sidewalk with them with the phone too. So, we all been known to do some crazy bad behavior occasionally.
THX said it. Thank you. Well, I mean, I don't care. I don't care who he's hot after. He can write her in prison, I mean, actually, wait. that was Nate that reported on Mike Watkins and how he said that they're at the Richard Ramirez or whatever Ramirez trial. I don't know. Am I right? Richard, is that the name? Richard Ramirez, serial killer dude, California.
Yes, I think so. Trace knows about this. Trace.
Yeah, and he was saying that there was a woman that was on the jury that then became like a major fangirl, which is so odd. That is so bizarre, but you can kind of see that happening with Lori and them, you know, like, ew. Or like Chris Watts, Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony, all the people. Yeah, I'm sure that Murdahl even has him some whatever. Ew, Big Red. Okay. All right.
Well,
I didn't know I had room.
what's her
I have
name?
room
That
on
girl
this in here.
that had killed her mama because her mama was, mean to her. I don't remember her name. The girl out and that was in Missouri, and they told her to leave, and now she's in Louisiana. What is that girl's name?
I don't know. I don't even.
She's pregnant. She has. I don't really watch it, but I've heard of it. Oh, come on, y'all.
Pregnant.
Anyway, it was.
So somebody's.
She's not pregnant in jail. No, she got out of jail and was married to somebody. And what is her name? Gypsy Rose.
Oh God,
Gypsy Rose. That's what I'm saying. Like, she should not be a celebrity, first of all. And it's crazy that she had all these men trying to date her while she was in prison. I can freaking not get a date out here in the road. And she's in jail trying to get dates.
Oh yeah, Gypsy Rose. Yeah, Natalie's like the one who lived here, the one that my daughter took a picture with. Okay, first off, yeah, I was like, Ashlyn, no more, girl, no more. Okay, no,
That's so
that's
funny.
when she lived here. And yeah, M. Taylor, that bothers me. You know, that last part. So maybe the entertainment part. I mean, it's not entertainment. It's just I was so worried about the gravity of finding out all these things after they're let off jury. You know, you think you're done, and then it's like a big old Mack truck just. I know how it hit me. So, and I mean, I took it.
Cognitive dissonance. That thing where you know a whole story and you're confident, I know this stuff, and somebody gives you a shitload of new information about said story that blows your mind. That is cognitive dissonance. That's what it is. Your brain is on overload. It can't comprehend that this fits in with what else you already know. It absolutely is what cognitive dissonance is. That's why when a person is in a cult or whatever, and they hear a little piece of information, it hurts their head, and they can hardly stand to hear it because it don't fit in with what you already know.
I get it. I do. There's been a couple times it was really scary, like in the middle of this journey. I don't know what to call it. But like where I felt like I couldn't take anything, you know, like I physically could not take anything more, or I don't know, if it would hurt my head, or I don't know. I can't even explain it. I should have wrote about it so I could remember it. But I just remember being like, I can't handle it.
Well, I'm not like everybody says, well, why don't you cover some more trials? Oh, look, unless it relates to this, what we've already done, I can't even go in that direction. It's scary to me to invest myself in some other things. And I know, we've got other, and I'm interested in the Wendy Adelson and I am interested in it, but I don't know that I can sit, you know what I'm saying? We've damn read books and encyclopedias and a damn Bible of another kind over these people. We've been to seminary.
I love Carolina's comment. Gypsy Rose, she used to be in a wheelchair, and now she's ass up, face down in TikTok. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I was hook, line, and sinker as well when Gypsy first got out, and then I don't know. I started just kind of watching different things, and there are a lot of things that don't add up. But she's a manipulator. She was raised by a manipulator.
And all the people around her are probably still manipulating. Probably all the people who are helping her do social media. I don't know about her other parents, but probably all the people she deals with, just like us, all these people. You don't know
She
all
was
these
in prison
people
too, you know. I mean, that's
the news media contact you about what their motives are, and you know, I don't know. She needs a lot of help. She needs a daily therapist of some kind.
she just
I'm
needs
sure.
love. That's basically what it is. But it's just, you know, but that's fascinating, and that's why I'm here too. Taylor, you know, I mean, that's exactly why I'm here. Is it
Exactly.
Mormonism? I mean, if you don't mind me prying. Just curious.
Taylor, those are the ones I want to follow also. Those are the crimes.
Well, follow, but not so close. Right.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
I'm not getting
I'm just
over
trying to
there.
make it lighter. You know how I do. That's my personality, though. If you don't know who I am, I make the most inappropriate jokes at the wrong time. So
the people who have infiltrated the LDS church did not just infiltrate the LDS church. They infiltrated other things and religions and things too. It just happens that these people are the ones that killed Crusher's relatives. So we'll deal with the others later. We got these right here because they killed
fine.
her.
I mean, but it's the same thing. It's just like with Diddy. I feel like he allegedly uses hip hop and stardom and fame, whereas here in this realm or whatever, they use Mormonism. It's like the vehicle that gets them to the money, power, sex, and you know. So it's just the way they exploit whatever system they're like, you know, most familiar with, I guess. I don't know. What do you think? No? Yeah? No, I know, Heather Rose. I know. Reading my headline. That's wonderful. I'm like, do I have a headline? Anyways, I'm just sitting here just bullshitting with y'all now. Like I've been for a while, obviously. But
I hope Treena Kay gets to say what she means, and I hope somebody does a sound check on her mic. Undoubtedly, they could hear her good even when we couldn't. Like when she was doing those final statements, and we were going, "Gosh, you can't hear her." According to Carl, they must have been able to hear them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That makes me feel better that at least that was the case.
Yeah. I do appreciate them. I don't know. I mean, I don't know unless you know. But I mean, it has to be hard. I didn't even really have a sense for. I had no awareness. I knew there were jurors, and I knew there were, you know, I understand. But there's just so much going on in the first trial for sure. It was, I don't know. It's just not my. That's not. It's so heavy in the courtroom for like. To me, I was just like, oh my God, I couldn't stand it. I hate that. And just to sit so far, so close to Lori, and just, I was screaming at her in my mind, you know. I was just like, what the F are you doing? You know, why are we here?
At least in Idaho, they were getting a whole story in pieces. They got the whole story. But in Arizona, those jurors did not get a whole story and had less. And at the same time, like you said, when they left there and got to figuring out what happened to them, had got to be just like jumping off a cliff. Every one of them. I do work. Even the 10 that are not speaking are probably really investigating this.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like we're way beyond Melanie Gibb. That's just a whole nother thing, which let me pull that up real quick. And then, I went to make a comment on Chasing a Murder True Crime yesterday. And so I was like, well, this is way too long of a comment. When you're sitting there, if I'm trying to really show something or anyways, let me find it so I can make sense. Okay. I had to remember what I did with it, of course. Anyways, I'm just going to be looking. I'm sorry. You know me, Donna.
I got myself muted. It wouldn't matter what I was saying. Yes, I don't know about Melanie Gibb is somewhere right now thanking her sweet Jesus that somebody ain't caught up to her yet. And I'm just telling you, people who get in stuff like this and they just walk right back into it someplace else. It's just because they're emboldened to do it. And I'd be real surprised if she doesn't. And
Wade Wilson.
I don't know how she didn't get arrested that first day when she was talking to Nate. When she got to the part about her calling Tylee and JJ a zombie, and we already done damn know what happens to zombies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And Nate, what's the matter with him that he didn't say? Didn't that send up a flag to you?
Yeah. I remember when Melanie Gibb first came out with her interview, and I was like, wow, I'm amazed by her strength, her courage to come out and then quickly that devolved. It just.
Well, I did until she got to the damn
flag.
part when she was telling the part and got to the part where they were called zombies, and she's still sitting there with the same damn look on her face she had 5 minutes later. I'm going, did you not get it like we're getting it now? She still wouldn't get it.
No. But call me. Call me, she says. Like, what? Oh. Were any of this Church of the Firstborn group reported to have had their eyes turn black? No, but their hair turns blonde, if you know what I mean.
Uh-oh. I got bleach on mine too.
Back in that root chakra. Emma Daybell is one whose hair was bleached blonde, interestingly. And so was Tim Ballard. Yeah. He was like, oh, I do it for undercover work. Knowing damn good and well he wears wigs. So, and didn't need to be undercover at all because he was just a scam. Anyways. My mind is like, wow, right now. But yeah, I did learn that researching the Diddy case too, the black eyes. I was like, what the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, definitely. Their mental illness is fueled by being above the law and morality. For Lori, the vehicle for her murders was being the center of her religious group. And that's it. And then so now it landed her in all kinds of multiple life sentences. Yeah.
Lori was under the impression that her religious group was the only one who was pleasing Jesus ever, and that the only way that you could please Jesus was to be in this religious group. So while being the center of it would be pretty dang important to her, she's not just better than she's better than everybody. I guess,
Yeah.
And I say that, of course, you would not go to the church you go to or down the street or wherever you go if you didn't think it was the right thing to do. But I'm talking about the right thing to do, and we're going to kill everybody else. That's how right you think it is. No.
Yeah. No.
Exactly.
No. I don't know if this is the beginning or not, but it says, I don't even want to start reading it if it's not going to be like complete. I do that all the damn time.
To read a paragraph.
Oh, there you go, robot. Yeah, bang, bang.
Uh-oh.
You were banging.
I hate to get reading something, you get a paragraph in and find out it costs you $5 to read the rest of it.
Okay, I think this is it. Allegedly. Okay, so this is just my running theory, okay? Allegedly. I suspect Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were involved, hands-on, in the deaths of JJ and Tylee. In the Sherry Dowdle recording of Melanie Gibb blathering on and on about her experiences in all 4 of the deaths involved, she barely mentions the incident with Tylee, but it's just enough to draw attention to the fact that she was there for Tylee's death too, allegedly, okay? And that you can, in the little Sherry Dowdle cough, the way she just maneuvered around that, you can say I would need to see receipts, is what I'm saying. And then it comes down to 2 major events that happened simultaneously while both children were being killed. 1, the weekend Tylee was killed, Chad and Tammy Daybell Spring Creek Book Publishing Company sponsored an OUR, Operation Underground Railroad, Rexburg Rescue Run on the 7th of September. Of course, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow weren't present. I think Chad was behind Tammy upping her life insurance policy amount that day. This is also the event Emma Daybell Murray and Joe Murray had been preparing for the hold on. Had been why do I always I suck when I go from line to line and I just lose it. Had been preparing for, and the event we were all under the impression that Tammy was preparing for a 5K race all this time. Well, in Chad's trial, Joe Murray testified this was an event he was appointed to direct under Chad and or Tammy's, leadership or whatever you want to call it. Like he was like the director of the race or of the sponsored OUR event, right? Well, in Chad's trial, Joe Murray testified this was an event he was appointed to direct. Why am I reading that again? Oh my God, I suck. Let me turn my phone. Yeah, I'm getting old. I'm gonna need one of them jitterbug phones. All right, now I got it sideways, okay? Hopefully this will help. Well, in Chad's trial, Joe Murray testified this was an event he was appointed to direct under Chad and or Tammy's leadership to lead or whatever it was that he said. It don't make sense. Anyways, they testified that Tammy was not ever involved as a participant and was a volunteer to help participants cross the finish line for words of encouragement or to help them cool down and get a drink of water or something. So after Chad's trial, I located photos of Tammy wearing a blue shirt with volunteer written on the front of it. And she also posed for a few photos with her children at the finish line of the event. The principal that worked with Tammy testified he saw her that day and had assumed that she was a participant in the racing event, but was under the impression Tammy had ran in the event rather than being a volunteer, helping other participants cross the finish line. Anyways, so often we heard Emma Daybell testify that she Googled south-southwest wind direction at her parents' house the Sunday, which was September 8th, 2019. This is the day Tylee traveled with Alex, Lori, and JJ to Yellowstone National Park and then went off the grid, so to speak, only to leave us with investigators tracking only their that doesn't make sense. Only their GPS locations of Lori and Alex, and only at the apartment complex where there's no possible way to murder Tylee and then dismember that baby girl's body in the presence of JJ, I might add, and produce absolutely no evidence of having done so. It's weird. And then I wish I had a more cleaned up version. This is just wild. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just going to go with it. I found out from an older woman who is the aunt of a friend of mine's neighbor in the Phoenix, Arizona area, who when she asked my friend what she had been up to lately, she said she had been watching the Chad Daybell trial. This was last year. And she's in her 80s and is an LDS woman. And she asked, "Oh, Jack Daybell? Is he still digging graves?" or something like that. Anyways, my friend was like, "Whoa, no, but Chad Daybell is his son, you know?" So she knew Jack Daybell, and she asked if he was a grave digger, still digging graves or whatever. Anyways, she's like 80, okay? I'm just saying, like, how do you have, did Jack Daybell dig graves? Is what I'm asking. Because we know Chad's brothers did. And then they live next door. Oh, never mind, I'll get to that. Hold on. My friend was like, "Whoa, no, but his son Chad was." So a little digging into this aspect has led me to learn that Rod Meldrum, the founder of the Firm Foundation and the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference, where Melanie Gibb and David Warwick claimed to have been in attendance the weekend JJ was murdered. There's a freaking funeral home and hold on. There is a freaking funeral home and crematorium owned by the Meldrums. Now, it's called, wait, hold on. It's in Arizona. Now, I don't know if Rod Meldrum owns, if his family owns it or not, but it's just noted. Okay. Meldrum Funeral Home. Okay. So then a little more digging into this area has led me to learn that there's Wood Funeral Home. That's JJ's ashes. Okay. Wood Funeral Home. Wood Crematorium or something. So that's just another one of those last names, And then I found Russin Funeral Home and Cremation Services. And then I found Levitt Funeral Home. And then we know that Joe Binion, he has a kiln, KILN or whatever. Okay. So Meldrum, Russin, Levitt, and Wood. Super freaking sus, in my opinion. Not accusing, just noting the fact that they all have something to do with the underworld and are all the same last names involved in different aspects of this case. All that to say that the event Emma testified to preparing for is the same OUR event Tammy and Chad sponsored on the 7th of September. Emma lied here because the Google search happened on the 8th of September, not on or before the OUR sponsored event. So she was, "Oh yeah, I'm preparing for an event." So I Googled it on the Sunday when the event was on a Friday. It done passed. Okay. So I know I sound like a toddler. I'm sorry. Okay. Now on to my main point. There was the OUR Rexburg Rescue Run event that happened on Friday, September 7, 2019. Tylee was killed. Then on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, September 20th, 21st, or 22nd, right? That's like another weekend, 15, I think it's like 15 days between the kids' death dates or whatever. About 2 weeks, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm tired. All right. So then on Friday, Saturday, it was a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the weekend, September 20th, 21st, 22nd, the Firm Foundation Book of Mormon Evidence Conference was in the Rexburg area, and this was the focus of Melanie Gibb and David Warwick to use as their primary source to support their reasons for having traveled and stayed with Lori, which was the same exact weekend Lori, Alex, and Chad planned to kill JJ. Here are a couple of scenarios for how this could have played out. Okay, that's the thing I typed in my, see what I do? I type that to my AI and then it spits out something that makes sense. Here we go.
Spits it back out the other way.
Yeah, I'm like, thank you. All All right, that's a really insightful question. Let's break down how the Operation Underground Railroad, OUR, Rexburg Rescue Run, and the Firm Foundation Book of Mormon Evidence Conference could have served as potential cover for Melanie Gibb and David Warwick's presence during the weekends Tylee and JJ were killed. Oh, shit. They're out of order. Here we go. God, I can't do nothing right. Okay, now I got it all on one sheet, but it's really small. Okay.
That's the reason why when books were published, they were vertical like that, because your brain cannot go long links and then come back.
I can't. My computer screen is so I lose it all the time.
Exactly.
And I'm too close to it.
That's the way we made books vertical. It's because people's brains work that way.
That makes
all
a whole
new
lot
stuff. It screws with us. Too bad. We like books.
Yeah. I used to hate them, but now I do. I like them. The OUR Rexburg Rescue Run, September 7, 2019, weekend Tylee disappeared. Plausible reason for being in Rexburg. That's a little, let me turn it. So it says, okay, so the OUR Rexburg Rescue Run, September 7, 2019, that's a plausible reason for being in Rexburg. The OUR is a well-known and respected organization, according to my AI, focused on combating human trafficking. Oh God, this hurts. I don't even want to. I gotta go. Attending or supporting such an event carries a positive connotation. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick could easily state that they were in Rexburg to participate in or support this charitable cause. This would sound altruistic and deflect suspicion. I didn't make this. I nudged it. Okay. That's all I did. It's spit them out for me. Distraction from other activities. The focus of the weekend would have been on the run, and the cause it supported. What? Oh, would have been on the rescue run. Okay. I'm like, what are you talking about? Okay. This could have provided a general distraction from any other activities they might have been involved in, making their presence seem solely tied to this positive event. Conversely, if they weren't actively participating, their presence could be explained as simply supporting the cause from the sidelines. The Firm Foundation Conference, September 20th through the 22nd, 2019, weekend, JJ disappeared. I do too. But I think there's other people that are hands-on too that get off on this stuff. So whack. I know. I don't know. I can't like dismiss it, you know? And I can't prove it either. So, and then it says, I'm trying to figure out if I read it already. All right. So it says opportunity for interaction or lack thereof. Depending on their actual involvement, they could claim that they have been busy with the event, explaining any gaps in communication or unusual behavior. Did I already say that? That's like my famous words. Y'all, I'm going to have to just I'm going to have to just quit. Because it sucks. Conversely, if they weren't actively participating, I already said that. The Firm Foundation Conference, which is September 20th through the 22nd, 2019, and it's the same weekend JJ disappeared. Shared interest. So it shows a shared interest with Lori and Chad. Both Melanie Gibb and David Warwick had connection to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell through their shared religious beliefs and interest in apocalyptic prophecy. The Firm Foundation focuses on Book of Mormon evidence aligning with this shared interest. That's the end of a sentence. Attending such a conference. What? It's so hard to do this. Attending such a conference would be a natural and expected activity for them. And they would also promote, it would give them an established reason for visiting. traveling to Rexburg for a religious conference provides a clear and understandable reason for their presence. It wouldn't seem out of the ordinary for friends with similar beliefs to attend such an event together or at the same time.
So
Okay.
there was a religious event in addition to having the run that day. The religious event included them doing their podcast or just well,
No.
it was an event. Well,
It's two different.
maybe.
It's like the weekend of Tylee's was the Operation Underground Railroad run. The weekend of JJ's was the Firm Foundation. Either way, it's still kind of the same birds of a feather.
Oh crap! They were both there both times. Is what you're saying? Available for the meeting.
Yeah, the gathering. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that because yeah, you just clarified that with me real quick. Yeah. Okay. Shit. It's like, look, it's like long and it's like tiny. Okay.
I know, and you probably printed that off a million years ago too.
Well, I mean, if not, no, I just did, but I mean, to have it all in order, there it is, you know. All right. Okay. Well, look, this is better. Blend. Okay. Plausible reason for being in Rexburg. The OUR. Oh, wow. That's new. I already read that. Okay. Established reason for visiting. Traveling to Rexburg for a religious conference provides a clear, understandable reason for their presence. I think I just read this. It wouldn't seem out of the ordinary for friends with similar beliefs to attend such an event together or at the same time. And then the next bullet point is immersed in a group setting. Conferences naturally involve being surrounded by many people with similar interests. This provides a level of anonymity. We're just going to glaze over that, and makes individual movements less conspicuous. They could easily claim to have been attending sessions, socializing with other attendees, or engaging in conference-related activities, making it harder to track their specific whereabouts at all times. Remember, Melanie was like, I took pictures for 10 hours. Then it says overlapping strategy. The fact that these were two separate weekends with distinct events could have further solidified their cover. By having seemingly legitimate reasons to be in Rexburg during both critical periods, it could have appeared as mere coincidence or simply their normal social calendar. It's important to remember that this is an analysis of how these events could have been used as a cover. It doesn't definitively prove their involvement. However, the proximity of their visits to these events and the timing of the children's deaths certainly raises questions and warrants careful consideration within the broader context of the case. Your detailed observations about the timelines and testimonies are crucial in continuing to analyze these complex events. And so, and then I added to it. I'm like, I could go on and on about how much I think Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, and other people were likely involved in the ritualistic murders of both of the children. I'm looking further into the real estate agent, the guy who snarked back at John Pryor, something about, I don't know, you own it. How many acres is it? Whatever the hell. Something like that. Ron Arnold. Then I'm looking into the fact that Chad and Tammy live next door to the funeral director who went from Springville, Utah to Salem, Idaho to pick Tammy's body up to bring her back to Springville to the funeral home there so that services could be held. Schultz is the last name that's of particular interest to me because I've been digging into the horrifying case of David Hamblin, who is accused by his four daughters of ritualistically abusing them over a period of time and by a large number of people who are alleged to be involved in this disgusting network. Schultz is the same last name as two of the 144, no, not 1,000, but there are 144 people named potential perps by the Hamblin daughters. Okay, so two of the names are Schultz. Okay, that sucks. I'm writing this. Okay, I'm gonna stop down on myself. And so the daughters have outlined these whatever in the victim statements. Plus, he's involved in the underworld business just like Chad. Okay. That's just a repeat. Anyways, I don't know. I wish I had that more together, but I didn't. Hopefully, it just gets people thinking. I stopped thinking whenever I heard Melanie and David recount that JJ was asleep on Alex's shoulder. And I'm just like, I stopped because it's just like, what? What are you saying? Because I know that he didn't get out of there alive. It's just like, where, I don't know. What about Tylee and the pings and all that time, and how are you going to do all that? It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. You can't murder a teenage, anybody. You can't murder anybody in a damn apartment and not have any damn, where are all the tarps? That's another thing that's very prevalent with these people is tarps. And good God, we know that Alex Cox liked to use them damn tarps. There were tarps found in the apartment, but they were still packaged. Anyways, all right. I just went really way down. I don't know. Just trying to jog. Oh, yeah, the plastic bins. I just saw that. Maybe. I mean, it just seems like...
It's just hard
where's
to
the
stay
rest
up,
of her?
baby.
Where's the rest of her? I know. I know, right? But where's the rest of her? I mean...
Oh, my God.
I don't know. It's just... I guess it's just bothering me. Oh, yeah.
I've just really
I
never
know.
believed in too much mean kind of whoopings and stuff like that. But Lord God, I'm giving it second thought on this. It's terrible. She is causing the rest of us to like mar our own morals about what we think is the right thing to do.
And
about
it's just our
something.
thinking. It's not even our acts,
Yeah, I don't, I'm not like, I don't believe in hurting somebody, but she's making me think I might want to. And that's wrong too.
Is THX, I mean, I heard you. I'm sorry. THX 1138. Is there a desert there? I don't think so. Not in the not in Yellowstone area. Y'all, I have a whole wild theory about that. Oh my God. I mean, just from reading Tom Harrison's book. And then at that same time, I was like, these people are like, this is just like, again, my theory. Just woo. Okay, I need some tinfoil or something. But I mean, just, I don't know. I was reading the book past it because I can only do a little bit at a time. I was just like, oh my God, this is so horrible. But I know I'm going in there to look what the hell, what does Lori and Chad and friends have? What are they getting out of this, And so I'm reading it and there's just this one part that just, I mean, I envisioned it and everything. And I was just like, oh no, like to me, I don't know. This is just what I picture. Don't hold it against me. And I know, but like I look, I don't understand astral traveling. I understand what it says. I understand the phenomenon. I understand the research and stuff, but actually doing it, I'm just like, no. And so then I'm like, but I can just picture people like Tom Harrison, like Chad, for sure Chad, like Julie Rowe. She says it so many times in all her stuff, her Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah.
I was looking for another comment that Janelle had made earlier that I can't find it now.
Madly in
But
love with Jesus.
What she said that she believed that Tylee could have been killed at Island Park, and that's the place that's not very far from Yellowstone that Chad and that Chad had been vacationed at.
Yeah. Yeah. There's all kinds of opportunity. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities. But until or unless we actually have those pings, the location data, from FBI, the fact that it goes out to that field, even, I'm just like, not the stuff that I've been reading about. I don't want to hear about it going through a national park and or a field. Okay. I have my reasons. It's crazy though. And I mean, but then again, I'm not one to. Yeah. Yeah. It's a total manipulation. Or some of the possibilities were that she didn't have a babysitter, that she, I was like, no, what would be the reason? Like what?
She was hoping the police would get sick of hearing the baby and send her home. That's why, right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not cool. I agree with you. I agree with you big time. It's not cool for your child. They don't need to be around that. And that just also shows the enmeshment type there, where just like whenever Detective Inkland was trying to separate Lori from Tylee in order to shield Tylee from hearing that her stepfather was dead, shot, and Lori's just like, no, it's okay. I already know. I mean, basically, and so that's just like, what? She didn't think about her daughter. Her daughter is her protector. And that is so jacked up. Oh my God. So jacked up.
I hadn't thought of that, Janelle, that maybe she took the baby so that she wouldn't be arrested while she was down there.
Distraction too.
Oh my gosh.
It's using her baby as a pawn.
A shield.
Yep.
Yes.
So, hello. It's I can see that clearly between what we witnessed just now with Melanie doing that with, using her child, and then what Lori did with Tylee, just with with Detective Yinkland. So, and then everybody, does Lori think she needs bodyguards? Because, she's got everybody around her being her protector. Her ass can't fight. Quit being a hooker, Anyways, quit being a butthole. Sorry. That was better than what I was thinking. True. X-Files. They're loading up with guns, Chad's words, and what they were doing. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely Aval. Okay. What I get, and again, this is just a hunch. It's not even a theory. It's just a hunch. But I remember reading a post or whatever on a Reddit, of course, but it's under Lori Vallow Reddit, right? And it was somebody who had worked for Christopher Perrett or claimed they did. And I couldn't tell if it was a guy or girl. I still don't know. But they were saying something about there would be some huge, wooden shipments, like not pallets, but, you can't see through them, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you call them. Shipping. Anyway, so whenever they were going through it, of course, it's been a while since I've seen it. So I'm so sorry for giving y'all such shitty information, but I remember thinking like, oh my God, that could be like, it just gave me the vibe of like arms, not human arms, but like guns, I don't know, some kind of operation of maybe that. Shipping containers, yes, but wood. They were talking about them being wooden. I'm gonna have to go look for that post just to kind of, and of course it's all hearsay, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a normal thing to drag your baby everywhere. Movies, restaurants, every darn thing you go to, there are babies. I love babies, but there are places I wouldn't drag them. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
When I think of how Stacy was ill from not eating, I think of Janice who only chewed food and spit it out. Malnutrition could have caused Stacy's illnesses. How long was Mel raised with crazies? Yep. Yeah. Totally. Wasn't born with any enamel on her teeth, even, allegedly. Yeah, well, it pinged in Chad's backyard, and it also pinged at the church. Remember? That struck me, too. I was like, why is it only, like, one side of the church or something? I don't know. It was weird. It's weird. I don't know. I just know there are people that, I mean, Chad and Lori are very sinister people who did very sinister things, and so it doesn't take a far leap or whatever for me to be like, oh yeah, there's other people just like them, you know, who get off on this stuff, and there's a reason for all this coded talk and the bizarreness of like what Julie Rowe just rambles on and on and on, and you're just like, what the hell are you even saying? I mean, they're just, I don't know. To me, it's just, I don't know. I have my reasons too. I just don't want to go full conspiratorial, you know. I don't know. I mean, I do by myself. I go full conspiratorial. I like I say, I don't limit my mind or the possibilities. I don't say no just because somebody said no. It could still be, you know, just like two things can be true at the same time kind of thing, you know, like, or it's like a half truth, or so this much of it is truth and this much of it is not. Anyways,
That happens
I don't
quite a
know. I
bit.
just want their stories. I just wish that we knew more, and not that I want to know more. I just want the truth. That's it. Just easy peasy. You know? And you go fetch me some truth somewhere in a bucket in a pail of water, you know? It was that easy. Agoraphobia. What is that about? It's a fear of not spiders, huh?
No.
No, that's
Water, no.
arachnophobia. I remember that.
Other people?
I'm scared of other people.
I think it's other people. Going out in public. That's it. Other people.
Okay. There you go. Watch this freak. I was like, oh my God, no. So don't tell me.
That makes you think right about Jesus, don't it?
I'm like, what the F is she doing?
That's Jesus talking through her.
No, she's just flicking her tongue and her eyebrows are weird.
That's terrible.
How about fear of Julie?
Succubus. You got that right, Janelle Murphy.
That is wild, y'all. I was like, And I've seen it before, but I forgot about it. So I figured I'd share.
Brutus has decided.
Yeah, Brutus, get a girl. Get a boy. Totally. All right, thank God, right? How can anyone follow this girl? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how they can take her seriously. I'm the apex predator. That is so freaky. Because that's the kind of demeanor I suspect that the kids faced, you know. That apex predator type shit. Which is freaky. Hey. Anyways, it is creepy. I would have played the music, but she's not worth it. Yeah. They will definitely take their secrets to the grave. Jet set. All true. Such pick me energy, right? Can you imagine? I mean, she should be able to keep a man, right? Just saying. Anyways. All right. Take care. Of Brutus. Well, y'all, I'm gonna go. I'm hungry and tired, and my lips are Time to take my vitamin B6. Okay. Anyways, Melanie at 5 years old thought she was a boy and would dress like a boy and demanded to be called a boy's name. I think she had dissociative disorder, and there she was with, yeah. I think the same with Lori, y'all. I do. I mean, I've been kind of hearing, again, I need to talk to Megan about it, because I mean, I thought Lori had like narcissistic whatever traits, and I don't understand the terminology really well. And so I've been hearing from like Dr. John and Lauren, there's like multiple they've been saying like multiple personality disorder. I'm like, but is that multiple personality? I don't know that's what I'm saying. I need clarification on like if it's narcissistic, whatever. And then I don't know. Is it a bunch of them? Or is it the actual dissociative identity disorder, which used to be multiple personality disorder? Do you see what I'm saying? But she compartmentalizes. She does the parts theory thing that David Hamblin is so proud of. And they do this through hypnotism and, I mean, being in the temple, I'd say. And, you know, I don't know. Again, I'm not not an expert. I'm not even I'm way at the 090 level, you know. But anyways, but the way Lori can just switch, well, I mean, and play lawyer Lori, and then baby Lori, and then Apex, you know. Anyways, replay. Oof, you were in for it. I'm sorry. But we did cover a lot, right? Let me grab that link. If anybody wants to check the rest of that document out that I was reading from about the state's motion impeachment by prior conviction under Arizona Rule of Evidence 609 is what we were about to get into, but it is very long. It's like 41 pages. And where's the damn link? File. Share. There we go. Anyone. Okay. Copy link. All right. Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out with me today, y'all, this morning. We done did a whole day's work. And so I put that in the chat if y'all want to take a look at it. And then here are some Lori Vallow contradicting Lori Vallow Daybell's narratives and assessment of culpability as well. Share with others. Copy again. Okay. So this is the culpability one and the contradictions. Hey Chris, cultivating the yard today. There you go. There's nothing. I really am about to put my hair up and probably go do the same thing. So yeah, got some of it done. My brain's done now. It's like, okay, I'm out. It's been done. So thanks for just hanging out with me. And I didn't realize it's 3 days till my birthday. 4 days till Tammy's. I can't believe that shit. Yeah. So anyways, all right. Well, we'll meet again sometime soon. Somewhere. Allegedly. Bye guys. See y'all later.